to do a roll call. Councilman Corbett will be late. He's coming in from Trenton. Councilwoman Eason,
Here.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Councilwoman Summer Johnson,
Present.
Vice President Coley,
Present.
Council President Williams, I assume will be a few minutes late. Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk, Mayor Warren, Mr. Wolf from the City Attorney's Office, Ms. Joy Lascari from the Chief Financial Office, Mr. Harris as the Legislative Research Officer, Ms. Hamir from the Clerk's Office, and Mr. Mays from representing administration. Please stand for a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Please be apprised, anyone wishing to discuss agenda or general items shall sign one book. There will be 2 columns in the book, one for agenda items and one for general issues. Each person signing the book will check agenda items or general issues. If they check only agenda items or general issues, they will be allowed to speak for 5 minutes. If they check general issues and agenda items, they will be allowed to speak for 10 minutes. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 at set the Sunshine Law has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 17, 2014, posted on a bulletin board in City Hall and filed in the office of the municipal clerk. For matters of discussion, we have representatives from PSC&G.
We start with the PSC&G, yes. Are they present?
Next.
I'll take that as a no. Orange Fire Department. You can come on up. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh, Deputy Chief Rothenberg, Orange Fire Department.
Thank you. We have you down for matter of discussion, the presentation. While you're here, just give us a quick update as to what's happened
Okay.
over at the fire department.
We have just hired 11 new recruits at the Orange Fire Department. They're in the academy at this time. They started last Monday. They're in their 2nd week. We have ordered our new ladder truck. That's in process. We are doing the final phase of the pre-built in the 2nd week of January. We took possession of another Tahoe to increase, start weeding out some of the old vehicles. We are on the agenda tonight, I think, also with the Public Works to have some of the bond money for the air conditioning that we Central Air put in our firehouse. We've had somebody over there looking at the windows, which is also part of the bond. And that's about.
Okay. Question: the new recruits, when do you think they'll be ready to take calls for service?
Depending on weather. They're going to do a lot of stuff. So right now with the holidays and everything, they're pushed back about 2 weeks. We're looking to get them, I think we were looking around March sometime.
Okay.
We added a couple things for them to get trained so they can hit the ground running as far as some more pump operations, some driver training down there. We'll also do that in-house, but this way they'll come out with a little more understanding of what we do. Okay. Also, they're going to be going to a first responder course as soon as they're done with all of that at the academy.
Speaking of first responder courses, I don't know if this is, how do you feel about the fire department taking over the EMS service for the
Well,
city?
it comes through the firehouse.
Yeah,
now,
no, but
exactly.
I mean, we don't have no outside contract. I mean, it all runs through.
I think there's a lot of discussions that need to be done with that. I think there's a lot of background that needs to be done. I know we've in the past We've had some talk on it. I mean, we had, as I was talking today with somebody, you know, we have one side saying it's a moneymaker, another side says it's not a moneymaker. I think we really need to take a real good look at it. And if we could do it right, I think it could be feasible. But again, like I said, we need to really look at it. And
When you say look at it, do you mean the fire department sitting down with the administration and trying to
well, not so much with the administration, but going to other departments that do this and see how it's done, the kind of money that it generates, how much money it costs, how they run it, just getting the whole thing from a different perspective. I know that we've had some kind of formality, not formalities, but outlines done. And going forward, I just think we need to look at it, because right now I think it's a cost factor, that it's a big startup number. So right now, I think the first thing we need to do is to get our EMS, because it ends at the end of the month, get that taken care of, and then take some time and really evaluate it, rather than try to just say, you know, let's do this. Let's evaluate it and see if it's something that's worth us doing.
All right. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
For the record, Councilman Corbett just arrived.
Councilman Coley,
Yes,
should the
Council.
council have an opportunity to ask some questions?
Oh, I apologize, Chief. I apologize, Councilman Eason.
Just a real quick question. Do you guys have any plans to redo the outside of the firehouse?
Yes, that's,
Can you tell me where that is?
we had, I don't know, there was an architect there, I think it was this week or last week. I think it was last week, yeah. Last week I had an architect there, and he looked at the front of the building, and he was also looking at our windows. But he took pictures. He's going to give a report to the Public Works and give suggestions what do you think needs to be done.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions from the council members? Thank you, Chief. We have matters for discussion. Express Scripts presentation.
Council Vice President,
Yes.
could you please indicate that Councilman Corbett arrived at? Oh, you did. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I wasn't listening. My bad.
I know he was on there.
Yeah, I was. I was so surprised to see the whole council.
Forgot his ears.
He said, excuse me, can you announce?
Not only that, speaking of him forgetting his ears,
Thank you. Like he just made five.
I forgot my boots.
Hey, how's it going? You forgot your who?
Council President arrived. I'll be taking my seat.
Mayor's Mayor Warren, I forgot my boots.
Yeah, that's all right.
You got everything, Council? Vice President, you got everything? So, Councilwoman Williams is present. I apologize for my lateness. The fire department already went, and I understood, was there any Q&A and everything happened for the fire department?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're gonna have the representatives, for Express Scripts, who administers our prescription plan. And we're here to discuss the over budget, a budget that, over budgeting, which we didn't anticipate. So, Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, Ryan is here to explain, to give an overview, and then there will be Q&A. And there's a possibility we may have to go into executive session because there's some items that can't be discussed in the public, but we will determine at that point if the executive session will be held tonight or at another date. So Ryan, will you introduce
Councilman
yourself?
Williams, could I just preference why I requested this presentation? Just to put it in some parameters as to why they were asked to come, so that we all understand and the public understands. I don't know who gave them the direction as to what we were looking for tonight, but, this all came about because we realized we were $1 million in the hole with prescriptions, and we were looking for, while I was in Atlantic City, there was a suggestion made that we could save $1 million if we used the state plan. So hopefully your presentation is going to be around those parameters as to how we can save money
Sure.
for the residents. Okay.
Ryan, introduce yourself for the record, please.
Thank you. Council, my name is Ryan Graham. I'm with Fairview Insurance. I'm actually not with Express Scripts. I'm the insurance broker for the City of Orange. What my job, my function is to go out to Marketplace every single year. And what we do is we analyze your current program, your current contracts, and we shop the Marketplace to find the best price for the city. And we do that within the parameters of what your current collective bargaining agreements require. And that's how we come back with a recommendation on what to move forward with from a program standpoint. Just a little context and history in terms of Fairview with the city. We've been the broker of record approximately since 2008, 2009. Back then, we actually inherited a prescription program that was a purely self-insured program. And we ended up finding a great market in Express Scripts a couple years later, where they do still provide a self-insured program that matches the current benefits, but they also provide reinsurance on top of that. So you do have a protection, you do have a cap. So you can't exceed that, and Express Scripts ends up paying for any costs above what the program maximum budget would be. That being said, historically, your plan has run very, very well in the past. What is happening as of late, and I'll allow Bart and Ken from Express Scripts to talk a little bit more further, provide a little more overview. We're seeing in the marketplace, and this goes for all public entities, is we're starting to see a trend in terms of, one, we're seeing new drugs come out in the marketplace. We're seeing cancer breakthrough drugs. We're seeing Hep C drugs. Drugs that we're seeing that are actually on the Hep C side curing Hep C. If you know the way it used to work is if you were prescribed, if you had Hep C, you would have a prescription that you would take almost forever.
Excuse me, what is Hep C?
Hepatitis C.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to give a little context in terms of what's going on in the marketplace. And this is just one example. Typically in the past, you would have a prescription that you would use. Eventually, your liver would fail. You have to get a transplant, things of that nature. We're starting to see cancer breakthrough drugs out there. They're actually holding down cancer cells and are actually helping improve a cancer situation. Unfortunately, as good as this is for patients, it definitely is costly. There are costs associated to that. Secondly, too, is which I'll end up turning over to Express Scripts. We're starting to see issues in terms of compound drugs, which is a mixing of prescriptions. And Express Scripts will talk about that a little more further. And what we're seeing on your plan is that is typically what right now is kind of driving the cost of your prescription program. And Express Scripts has a feeling that they can help assist in this process to make it where by not having compound drugs covered because of the way it's done and how it's done by pharmacy, that you can get a major reduction for the city of Orange. Councilwoman Eastman, you mentioned prior before about the state health benefits plan. Currently, we have a plan that's in place that's better than state. The way it's administered, it's more favorable, and typically in the past, it was costing more money. I'm sorry, it was costing less money. I apologize. Due to what's taking place now in the marketplace, you have risen, but there are ways to get those costs down to be more favorable toward the city. That being said, I'm going to turn over the podium to Ken and Bart, and they could talk a little bit more further about your plan and provide a little more general overview and context in terms of what we recommend. Ken and Bart.
Good evening. My name is Ken Raskowski. I'm the account executive for the City of Orange. I work at Express Scripts. And this is Bart Gerber, Senior Director with Express Scripts. So first of all, I just want to thank you for having us here. It's a pleasure to come out here and speak to you about the RX prescription spend. Before I really get into the data, I'm going to hand it over back to Bart. He's going to explain really what a compound is and really what's the main driver of why we're seeing the cost increase significantly for the city of Orange. The deck in front of you, I'm not going to go over all the slides. There's a lot of it as a takeaway. It kind of really just shows you really what is driving the cost up for the city of Orange. The first few slides is just some historical slides, which I'll go over in a minute, and then it just kind of breaks down the data really well. So there's really the three main drivers of why we're seeing the cost significantly increase for the city of Orange is compounds, hepatitis C, and then there's a couple, and also for growth hormones. So before I get into any more specifics, I'm going to have Bart speak about what a compound is and really what the main driver is for the city of Orange.
Good evening again. My name is Bart Gerber. I'm with Express Scripts. I'll just give you a little definition of what a compound drug is, because many people, including a lot of us here at Express Scripts, compounds weren't really a driving force of the prescription spend if you went back a year. But over the past 12 months, compounds have become practically a daily word that we reference here at Express Scripts. So what is a compound drug? Compound drug is medication that's created by a pharmacist in their shop, and it's done by combining different ingredients to create a unique product that's not commercially available. Typically, and historically, compounds were used because the patient's need wasn't being met by a commercially available medication. So the pharmacist would use their professional judgment and their experience. They would create a new drug that didn't exist. It didn't exist commercially. So it would meet the patient's need. And a common situation in which this would happen would be typically and historically when there was an infant that maybe could not take an oral form of a tablet, maybe needed to be made into a solution, or an elderly patient who couldn't take a solid as well. Pharmacists would be able to combine ingredients and then create a product that could be taken by the patient. And I say traditionally and historically because that's the way it had been about 12 to 18 months ago. But since then, we've seen a change in the amount of compounds that are being prescribed and the cost of compounds that are being prescribed. It's not just affecting Orange, it's affecting plans throughout the country. And so what's happened was there was actually a change in how the billing records were, the format of the billing record that retail pharmacists used. There was a change. In the past, they only had to put one ingredient on the claim record, the most prevalent ingredient. And then a change happened in the later part of 2012 where every ingredient needed to be listed on this claim record, on this electronic billing file. That change really enabled pharmacists to start compounding and making more of profit in this area, a significant amount of profit. A lot of compound pharmacies are now kind of like pseudo manufacturers where they're making their own product, they're marketing it to physicians. Physicians then are writing more prescriptions for compounds. And the price of compounds, if you look back about 18 months ago, the average cost of a compound might have been $75. The average cost of a compound now is about $2,000. So you can see that it's very lucrative profit stream for these pharmacies, these compound pharmacies, not your typical pharmacy that you'll see, your chain pharmacies. These are specific compound pharmacies that have really found the niche and a profit stream. And that's caused a lot of challenges for plan sponsors like yourself.
Thank you. Ryan, you want to go back?
So we'll go back to address it. Yeah. So is there any questions about the compound? Yeah.
Yes, Council President.
Councilwoman Gone Butler.
I have a question. According to your definition, it sounds like all drugs are compound drugs because you didn't make any difference between that and the average drug that's on the market.
So the average drug on the market is what I was calling a commercially available drug.
Okay.
So those your typical your oral forms, your tablets, your pills. Compounds are actually where the pharmacist is getting bulk powders of different ingredients and then combining them together to create something that's not commercially available.
Okay, so compound drugs are any prescribed drug.
They are prescription drugs, correct. The thing about compounds is because they're being manufactured in the pharmacist's shop, they're not FDA approved. So the FDA can't be in every pharmacist shop and look at the different ingredients that are being combined. There can be hundreds of different types of ingredients that are combined to form a compound. So the FDA is not there checking them. They just can't be there like they can if they go to a manufacturing plant. So they're not FDA approved. So that's something important to keep in mind as well.
Council
Okay.
President?
And, I'm sorry, I'm
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, and then I just have another question. So how do generic drugs fit into this description that you just, or this definition that you just gave us?
Well, generic drugs are set aside. They're different from compound drugs.
So a compound drug could not be given in a generic form?
There could be generic ingredients inside a compound. Most of the time, they're brand ingredients that are being combined. Sometimes even over-the-counter ingredients that are being combined to form this compound solution. A lot of times we see it in the pain category.
Okay, so essentially they could be the same.
They're-
You could have both.
The thing about a generic
Brand
is
name
it's
or generic in a compound drug.
yes, they could have both in there.
All right.
See, like when you think about a generic drug or a brand drug, it's really one chemical ingredient that's in
Right.
it. Compounds are this combination of different ingredients.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood the definition.
Sure. Good
And I
question.
think the key is the FDA hasn't approved it, so that's where the cost factor comes in.
Well, that's part of it. Plus, pharmacies have found that they can charge almost what they want for these drugs because they're they're unique to that shop, if you will. They're creating it for the patient. So
But
they're
from a contractual standpoint, we still have to honor the contractual rate, no
Right.
matter what the cost is.
correct.
Okay.
Council-
Councilman Coley?
I am confused and lost here. My understanding is that our prescription plan only pays for FDA-approved drugs, and you tell me that they don't. You guys just pay for anything. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, so in a compound, every drug that's in the compound is FDA approved. What happens is, to Bart's point, is that once you start mixing drug, if I take a Nexium, which is for, say, heartburn, for acid reflux, and if I take a Lipitor and I take the two and I mix the two, that's technically not an FDA approved drug because you're taking two drugs and you're mixing it. So what's happening right now is, to tell you a personal story, is that there's these compounding pharmacies. Now, not every pharmacy makes compounds. There's compounding pharmacies out there, and what they're doing is they're reaching out to some of their patients or members, some of these compounding pharmacies, and they're actually saying, "Hey, do you got pain?" And they say, "Yeah, I do." So then they're reaching out to some of their doctors, and they're actually getting prescription. So there's a lot of that stuff going on. We're seeing most of this problem, and what we're seeing in compounds is bulk powder. And more than 80% of that's all related to pain medication. So if someone gets a knee surgery or a back pain, there's other ingredients that could be used that are substantially cheaper, but it's the bulk powder that's really the concern here, and that's the issue why we're seeing compounds. And it's just not with City of Orange, it's across the entire United States, and it's really grown in New Jersey, particularly since about springtime, April, May is when we started seeing spikes of this compound powder really spiking up.
And how much of that deficit is because of compound drugs?
So if I look at so what I did is that in the deck here, you'll see some of the stats here. For the first, so you're running out of fiscal year from August through, is through July. So when I look at just your first 3 months of this year, so that's August to,
We're on
August-
an annual
We're in a calendar
budget
year.
year. We're annual,
Right.
January to December.
What calendar
Right.
year?
so if you look at that, you're looking at about $800,000 in compounds annually. So we have a program where we have, which now I personally have about 5 or 6 municipalities in the state of New Jersey that now have elected a program that we've now developed of excluding these bulk powders. So that's about over $800,000 worth of savings that the City of Orange could save if we actually look at this compound exclusion program that we now have developed over the last few months at Express Scripts.
And how do we do that?
We could just simply just tell myself or Bart, and we could actually have that excluded for within about 30 to 60 days. But I could actually find out exactly the specifics. And we actually look at your compound spend is about, I don't want to get really into specifics, but it's a very small majority that are actually filling these prescriptions. When we actually look at the actual spend here, what's really going on here, you're limited to very, very, very few members. And for compounds, you're looking at about 11 patients. Hepatitis C is 1 patient. And growth hormones, which is the other piece of it, you had about 2 new patients. So it's very, very small.
compound for those 11 patients, what was the spend?
And you tell,
Council,
hold on, a minute. So those 11 patients, their medication because of compound drugs has cost us $800,000? That's,
So for the first,
is that what we're saying?
yeah, on an annualized basis, yes. Well, I'm estimating about $800,000 worth to spend annualized. Now that's just based on here. We don't, you could get new patients coming to the plan that are going to be getting these bulk powders, and I'll give you a prime example. It was just an article back about 3 months ago in the New York Times where, I got 2 young children at home, and they get a diaper rash. I just go to Costco, whatever. I get the Desitin, whatever, for the diaper. There's now compounds they're developing over almost $2,000. I think it was $1,600 just to get diaper rash. You take this bulk powder, you mix it. So, and just a Desitin, or you get Fusion, which is a prescription drug, which is about $30. It works just as effectively as this diaper rash compound. So what's happening is that you have these now, to Bart's point, you have these compound pharmacies that are really acting like mini little pharmaceutical companies, that they actually have their own sales team going out and really going to these doctors and saying, hey, we have these new medications, really, contain the pain medication. And it's a growing problem across, just not for the city, but also the state and, again, across the entire United States.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Easton?
quick question, is it true that, generic drugs, because there's less competition, has gone up about $200,000 in
So-
price, generic drugs?
Generics are substantially cheaper. And that's a great question, because I'm glad you brought that up. So, we talk about opportunities, and you look at, where you guys are at as far as, if you want to look at slide 7 in the deck, I could reference that. You can kind of see where, let me just kind of point this out for you. So if you go on slide 7, you'll see there your generic fill rate. So that's an average. So you're running about 69% generic fill rate. You look at, I'm seeing plans now in the mid-70s. I have actually a couple state clients that I work on that are actually approaching 80 as far as the generic fill rate. And as far as the cost difference from a brand to generic, and I'm glad you asked that question, is, I'll get that for you right here. Just show you the cost difference. So using the most current data, when you look at the gross cost per RX for a generic, you're looking at, almost 5 times. I mean, this includes specialty, so that kind of excludes, inflates it a little bit. You're looking at, roughly about $500 versus, $40 between a generic and brand. So there's really, we really want to maximize that generic utilization to really offset some of these new specialty medications that are coming to the marketplace. But generics are substantially cheaper because of the marketplace. There's a lot of competitions, and with these branded drugs, there's only one manufacturer, so they kind of set that price.
Let me just make it a little personal. I was getting my prescription at the pharmacy, but with a prescription plan, it was costing me $35 for 30 tablets. I ordered it through, my doctor ordered it through Express Scripts. I got 90 pills for $22. So can you all sort of explain why there's a differential between going to a pharmacy and going through Express Scripts?
No, I'm glad that's a great question. So when you actually, so at mail or Express Scripts, which we refer to as home delivery, or you can refer to as mail, you get up to 90-day supply, and at retail you get up to like a 30-day supply. But however, we own, obviously the mail channel. We buy a lot of our medication in bulk, therefore we're able to get better pricing and better discounts. So when you actually member fills or a script through a script at mail, it's actually going to be more savings for the city of Orange. In your case, it depends on your actual benefit design as far as what your actual copays are between retail and mail. I know at retail it's 5 and 10, and at mail, I think it's just one time, yeah. So you're saving, I think it's 2 times, so I think you're saving a whole prescription because you're getting 90 versus 30-day supply.
When I'm saving 3 prescriptions, 35 times
Versus 35.
3 versus $22
Right.
for 90 pills. So basically, can you just explain to us how we could save money if we change the way our plan works? Because right now we're doing self-insured. We're looking to save some money on prescriptions. How do we do that?
That's a great question. So what I did was I really kind of looked at what was the 3 main areas. And I know when I talked to my clinician as well, We looked at a lot of different rules and edits that we could put in. So the first excuse me, that I would definitely recommend was B compounds exclusions. Like I said, I have about now, I think, 6 municipalities in New Jersey that have excluded it, and it's been extremely, I haven't had not one member noise on that. That would save over $800,000 annually for the city of Orange. That's substantial. We also have now clinical edits and rules that we could put in, prior authorization, step therapy, and drug quantity, which will help, A, with drug quantity. You're just going to regulate, how many quantity medications, pills that'll be in a prescription. What prior authorization really is doing, just making sure people are getting the right prescription, are really getting the right use of therapy. So what we have is that we have even a hepatitis C PA, which, in essence, what happens is that, when people get that prescription for the hepatitis C, is that when they get that particular drug, the PA actually triggers, and it just gets, okay, this member is getting this drug. Is this the correct, right drug for this individual for this therapy? So, and then step therapy is another edit we could put in. Again, these are across the book, where actually it helps drive generic utilization, which actually, in return, is pretty substantial savings for the plan.
One other quick question, and I'm forgetting your name.
I'm sorry,
Ryan.
Ryan, you had said earlier that you were the broker for the city of Orange.
Correct.
Ryan, you have to go to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Realizing that our prescription costs had gone up substantially, why haven't you, as the broker, come to us with a better plan to save us some money for our budget?
It is actually, Councilman, they just started going up. Again, like I previously stated, that this is new issues that have just come to the marketplace. And we do market your program every year. Your contract with Express Scripts expires on July 31st. And when we did go out to marketplace, Express Scripts did come in with the best program, with the best price for the city of Orange. So that's why we maintain the contract. Now keep in mind too, from budgeting purpose, Express Scripts does provide also, as I may have previously said, it is reinsurance. So we do have a cap on your prescription program. I believe we can't exceed 1.3 or 1.4 million dollars on for the city of Orange, regardless of how the claims do trend. So Express Scripts does, for instance, say your claims was $2 million. Express Scripts would be actually only charging 1.3 to 1.4 million. They would have to pay that extra $700,000 of claims that go above that. So we do have a protection clause in place for the city of Orange, but I think the main issue always is looking about what can we do now moving forward, now that we've identified that there's some issues, and what can we do moving forward so that next year can become better, and the renewal cycle can become better, and we can get back down to where we once were.
So you have a plan to do that?
This is, Councilman, exactly what the plan that we're discussing is what's driving the cost of the plan. So obviously we want to attack the cost, and so what we've identified that we feel is the best attack would be on the compound drug situation.
So who are you negotiating with in the city of Orange that represents us?
Well, we would negotiate with all the insurance carriers that are available in the marketplace.
Within the city of Orange, who do you talk to?
Who's gonna make the ultimate decision on what plan we go so that we can save money on prescriptions?
Well, what we do is we provide all the options to the city. We make a recommendation, and then when we present it to the administration, if they typically, I believe they've always accepted the recommendation. And Fairview's recommendation was to stay with Express Scripts.
And then you will make some exceptions so that we can save some money there. So when you do decide that you're gonna give a recommendation, could you make sure our city council gets a copy of that?
Sure.
So that we can make sure that we get the best plan so that we can save some money. Because right now they're telling us we're $1 million in the hole, and that's not what we want to have in 2013 and 15.
Understood. Thank you, Councilman.
Council President,
Councilman Johnson.
may I ask a question? Mr. Ryan, could you spell your last name for me, please?
Graham.
Graham. Mr. Graham, we finalized our budget in July of 2014, prior to the beginning of the new contract. Whoever you were negotiating with the administration had to know exactly what we had budgeted for prescriptions or insurance. But this, for it to balloon like that, with nobody putting in checks and balances, and we're finding out now that we've exceeded close to $1 million for something that should have been you, the broker, whoever you're negotiating with at the city. I mean, was there discussions on the elevation of these costs going up?
The new compound issue, as well as the new breakthrough drugs, are as of recent. This is something that we couldn't predict. Something that just it's again, we're seeing across the board in all municipalities, and as Express Scripts stated, they're seeing it with all their groups on a national basis. So it's a trend that's as of recent. It wasn't a trend that you guys have had to deal with in the past, because over the last several years, since I don't know how long you guys have been self-insured, but before I got here, the plan has run pretty much stagnant, and it's something that it's been pretty much predictable. And this is unfortunately an unpredictable situation that occurred, and we're trying to remedy this issue.
Council President, no further questions for me.
Mr. Graham, your firm quoted a price to the city of Orange of your expectation for the prescription plan for 2014, correct?
Correct. We quote out your prescription program runs from August 1st to July 31st. You're not on the calendar year. That's when we inherited that's what we had to work with.
For you, it's on a fiscal year.
Close.
The contract.
Yeah,
Okay.
close to it.
So, do you monitor it on a month-to-month basis?
Correct. We receive reports quarterly, monthly and quarterly.
So at the point when you saw that it was exceeding what was budgeted for, did you take any action at that point?
So what has occurred? So we renewed on August 1st. We just recently, we started seeing a spike. I believe we just recently addressed it with Express Scripts, and it was brought to our attention, and we just started recently discussing this as well, because the trend kind of typically happened all at the same time with all clients. It's as of recent is when we started seeing all these issues take place. Not just the city of Orange, it's been with multiple clients. So this is, obviously we also want to make sure, and we always want to make sure that we're compliant with collective bargaining contracts. I think the compound issue is something that we can address that would meet the collective bargaining requirements by excluding it, but it's something obviously we need to discuss.
Okay, once you knew that there was a spike, when did you contact the administration?
I don't, Councilman, I don't have those records on hand in terms of when that took place, but I can always look back into my file.
Okay, so hypothetically, if you were working with a client and you realized that you had anticipated for the year, this year it would be $500, but on your first quarter you realized that you had exceeded that $500, you will go back to that client and let them know that you're going to be overspent by X amount of dollars?
Well, we provided what the max cost would be to the city of Orange. And anything that exceeds the city of Orange, Express Scripts, due to their contracts, have agreed to pay for any excess beyond the $1.3 million. I believe your trend typically has been around $1 million to $1.1 million spent on active employees. And again, the reason why we're addressing this is not just obviously for the city of Orange currently, but it's also about moving forward. Because we want to make sure upon the contract renewal for next year that Express Scripts doesn't come back to us and say, well, we budgeted, we give you a max 1.3, now your max is 2.5. So this is more of an issue that we want to rectify now, so that come next contract period, it's a much smoother renewal process.
Okay, I don't know. Answer my question. So once you realize that the anticipated amount that we had budgeted for was exceeding, over that amount.
Councilman, I'm not sure what the budget amount was. We present what a max cost is. Again, so I don't know, what the internal budgeting is. Obviously, there may have been some budgeting inflation due to in case you're going to increase employees, people get married, children, things of that nature. Those are things that are, we can only present what we have as what Express Scripts from what your data is today, in terms of what we think your max will be moving forward, based upon your current head counts.
Okay, Mayor, you kind of said, do you want to say something? No. You,
Council President?
Well, you don't have a mic going on.
There is one question that should be covered. The prescription plan that we have is something that has been accepted by all of the bargain units. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
And with these changes that you're proposing, are these similar or better than what they have? And will we experience any grievances from the bargaining units? And if so, will the insurance company defend those suits with the
So there's
bargaining units?
11. So as Ken described today, there's 11 folks that are on the compound drugs or taking compound drugs. Obviously, by excluding them, I don't know how it would be ruled in terms of a collective bargaining contract, but it could be deemed as not equal to and better than. There's a potential for that. But as we said before, the cost is approximately $800,000, I believe, is what Ken said in compound drugs for 11 people, and so there is a possibility. Absolutely.
If I can comment,
Go ahead.
comment on one thing.
Yes.
So the compound solution that Express Scripts has developed doesn't exclude every single compound. Because there, as I was mentioning earlier, there are some very valid reasons why a compound could be needed by a patient. I was talking about infants and elderly. There are, again, some very valid reasons why. So the compound solution we've created does not exclude them all. It focuses on the bulk powders that we've seen getting dispensed over the past 8 months that have really driven the cost increases for plan sponsors like yourself. We've targeted those, and those are the ones that are excluded. So, and again, I can't speak for how collective bargaining would shake out, but it's not that you're completely stopping coverage for a patient that would need to have that benefit. Do you want to speak to the other municipalities in the state?
No, thank you, Mayor. That's a great question because I actually have, I know 5 off, it might be 6 municipalities really within the area that have excluded the compounds over the since September actually, when we actually rolled this plan out, and I've actually heard 0 member noise, and that was a question that came up. But the way I look at it and the way I would present it to any of the unions is that, look, when you take these bulk patterns and you're combining them, who's testing it? Who's measuring that? It becomes non-FDA approved. Now, you could argue and say, well, individually they're an FDA approved drug, but when you combine them, you could go to pharmacy compounding A and go to compounding pharmacy B. He could be putting a little bit more powder here. He could be putting a little less. You don't know the strength. You don't know the consequences. So my spin on that was to the municipalities within New Jersey, again, that have excluded it. I've heard absolutely 0 noise. I'd be more than happy to reach out to them if and you could definitely see if they would be willing to actually have a conversation with you if you need any references or anything. But as far as is it better or without? You're limiting something, excluding something. But we have to remember that we also need to control and to manage the spend here for City of Orange, because at the end of the day, we got to do what's the best interest for the city. But then again, are these necessary compounds? Are these drugs really necessary? Absolutely not. Again, most of it's for pain medication, and again, this is something that I'm interested to see what happens down the road. There was an article that I read. I've been on top of this pretty since day one. And I read an article, out in California about an infant who actually came in contact with one of these compounds. The mother actually had a knee surgery. She put the cream on her knee. She left the cream on the side. The infant touched it, went to sleep, and that was it. So we don't know what the consequences are of these compounds. These compounding pharmacies are going out there. They're marketing this out, and again, no one knows what's going to happen down the road. So this is something that we want to attack. And if we look on, in some of the historical graphs that I put together for your reference, you'll see that the cost really started to go up in about May, June timeframe for the City of Orange. Compounds really started taking a toll really in June, July, and then hepatitis C came into the marketplace for the city of Orange in
But
September.
I don't mean to cut you off. Let me just, from a budget standpoint, we anticipated spending $5. Once it went or was on its way to $10, what was did you have any role in calling the administration and saying that you're not going to stay within your budget and these are the options that these are the options you have? For instance, I think I spoke to somebody in your firm and they said that you could have upgraded to another plan which would have kept you in the price range that you had contracted for, that we had contracted for. So that's where I understand what you're saying, the medicines and how it's an ever-changing market. But in terms of budgeting, what was your role in ensuring that what you were contracted to do for the city of Orange in maintaining a product and making sure that product stayed in that price range, and then also offered the services that we provide for our employees?
And so we manage prescription spend. So for me, as I manage the cost, I'll see if things are coming in. I'll definitely go to Fairview and to Ryan and Julie's behalf. As far as and then I provide them the data. They look at the analysis. They look at everything. When we actually underwrote the reinsurance deal back in May, again, we did factor in about, I think it was, you're estimating about $1.1 million in spend a year. We're estimating about 1.3. So we actually went out and actually put a deal out there for reinsurance. Anything over 1.3, we actually would then refund the city of Orange. We didn't expect this compounding to be this significant of an issue, and also the hepatitis C as well. As far as though what my particular role is that I manage the prescription spend for the city of Orange. I make sure things are being handled properly. As far as the budgeting processes, I basically would provide the data. I hand it over to Fairview. We work with Fairview closely. But as far as anyone here in the city, so I appreciate coming down here today. This way, I could have maybe more of an interaction, day to day or monthly. But as far as the budgeting process, I don't actually handle the actual budgeting. What's forecasted, we just basically said we worked with.
And that's our question today for the council. It's a budget question that we're looking to be expend our over budget by $1 million by the end of the year, and we didn't anticipate that. And if you're looking at it month to month, is there something that you're shaking your head?
Yeah,
no, you're protected. So see, you're protected this year for.
I didn't hear you.
So, the city of Orange is protected this year because you have a capitation on what your spend can be. So anything over the 1.2 or 1.3 million is on us, on Express Scripts. So you're protected.
We underwrote the deal, right?
Having this discussion now will help control costs so that at the end of this period, when we look at what your spend has been, then we won't have to adjust rates double because, whoa, we didn't realize that your spend would be $2 million. We thought it would be 1.3, so now we have to adjust rates. If you put controls in now, when your rates get reset, it could stay in line with where they're at today. If no controls are put in now, then the rates will go up. So because I heard a lot of comments about you're in the hole $1 million. You're really not. You're protected.
So if we had budgeted 1.4 for 2014, and it looks like we're on track to spend 2.4. So you're saying that the difference, Fairview is going to.
It's Express Scripts.
It's us.
Express Scripts. Express Scripts. Okay, Express Scripts will. So at the end of the year, we will only expend 1.4.
So and just to Ryan's point, so the way that deals work, the reinsurance, it's on a fiscal year, and that's why it's the fiscal. It's the way the deal that we have, and the way it is set up. It's August through July. Correct. Yeah. So this previous year, we were over slightly. So there's, I know there's some check coming, but as far as This particular data here, so I kind of looked at what your spend is now for the first 3 months of this new year, this fiscal year, from August through October, already running at almost 700,000. So another 3 months, say we run another 700, and that means that second half, unfortunately, is going to come down on us the way we underwrote the deal, because we didn't see the amount of expense coming into play. But
Out
to
of
Bart's
Express
point,
Scripts.
correct.
Okay.
So our figure is that going
and
forward.
just so, Councilwoman going, but just a second. So, at the end of the day, City of Orange will only spend 1.4, and the other 1 million is on Express Scripts.
That's correct. That's from August 1st through July of 31st of 2015, right, when the deal ends.
The year or the month.
Right.
Councilwoman Gomes Butler.
Council President, I have a question for our budget consultant. So if we are trying to reconcile a calendar year with a fiscal year, what would the projection be that our deficit would be by the end of July 31st, 2015? And you don't have to answer right now, but I'd like you to answer before these gentlemen leave. Thank you.
Council President, I have two
Councilwoman
questions.
Neeson.
Mayor Warren brought up a very good question. How many bargaining units have current contracts?
They're in negotiation now, so I can't give you the direct number right off the top of my head.
So none
But
of them have a current contract.
Correct. So the current contract would be the last contract that we had until we've negotiated and had a new contract.
And aren't they about 2 years old or more?
About that 2 and some change, maybe.
So the comment that you made about the bargaining units being involved, they're really not involved because they don't have a current contract.
No.
So the new process that's put in place will be negotiated in the new contract, whatever's decided, so that we can save some money.
Well, firstly, if you don't have a new contract, then you go by the terms of your old contract.
So when you
And
negotiate a new contract,
we'll negotiate with this cap in mind, just understanding that when most union negotiations, they never want to go below what they had the first time. So there's always going to look for something equal or better.
The cost factor will be negotiated with them so that it don't impact the employees.
Right, that's what these gentlemen are saying, that if we do this now, we're able to bring that into negotiations, into our contract with the unions, and into our contract with the insurance company.
My second part of my question is, and I know we've put these guys on the carpet, internally in City Hall, who's accountable for monitoring how money is spent, and when we look at it, start to see an overage in an account?
An overage such as the one we're looking at here?
Right, because he was talking about what they do, but internally we have to have some measures in place that would, alarm would go up and say, oh my God, we're going to run over in prescriptions, and then contact them. So who in City Hall is accountable for monitoring how money is spent, especially when it comes to prescriptions and contracts, so that there is a red light somewhere that flashes that said, administration needs to go out there and start looking at a different way to do business so that we can save some money. So who's responsible to monitor that internally?
Mr. Matt will look at the numbers on a very periodic basis, I think almost monthly. But the thing that we negotiate, and which is a tough negotiation with the insurance company going in, is that we want a set rate that we won't pay over this rate no matter what happens with the prescription. If it goes to $8 million, we're only paying one set rate. That rate is locked in for the entire year, and anything over that is on scripts. There are some places that negotiate month by month, and they don't have this cap. We thought it was fair to have the cap so it wouldn't go over.
But I still go back to my original question. Prior to it hitting them, who in City Hall got the red light that says we are going over our budget in prescriptions?
We can't go over, well,
No,
yeah, Matt, to answer your question.
That, man, but who in City Hall would have looked at what we're spent trending of the budget and the health plan and prescriptions and said, oh my God, prescriptions had gone up X amount in May and June. Let me contact our broker and see where we are. Who in City Hall is accountable for that?
Adrian Matt would do that, but he wouldn't contact the broker because the broker already knows what our cap is,
So
but
who
he's
would he
responsible for
contact?
monitoring it.
Who would he contact?
And
Try and make sure we get expenses under control.
He'd contact me. We'd contact the insurance broker, not Scripps, but the broker.
Just wonder what the process was.
Council President,
Johnson?
real quick. If the insurance has a cap on it, how come we're not using that cap number in the budget? And not 500,000 or 400,000? Why aren't we using the cap for the prescription in the budget?
That would be, an answer?
Yeah, there's more than, we consider different things in our budgets than Scripps would consider in this cap. So it's just not a general cap. There are categories of spending, and I guess the Scripps could explain that a little bit more technically, but there are categories in the Scripps in spending that amount to 1.3, but it's not, in our budget, it's just $1 for prescriptions, whatever the dollar is. For them, it's different categories that they have to consider.
That's it, Councilman Johnson?
I'm finished.
Council President, I just have a comment.
Yes, Councilman Cullen.
From what I'm hearing, it seemed like there was a breakdown in communication someplace between the broker, Express Script, and the administration. I hope that all players involved here will, use this as a teachable moment, so we don't be standing here today with a $1 million deficit. As you say, it's not a $1 million deficit, but it may be $1 million out of your pocket. So I hope that we don't be standing here again having this conversation about our prescription plan. Thank you.
Council, just quite frankly, I'm not really concerned about the $1 million out of their pocket. I'm concerned about keeping our costs down and the money within the city. Sorry, gentlemen, but that's my main concern.
Council President,
Councilman Gold Butler?
you have your number. Introduce yourself.
Megan O'Hanlon, budget consultant. The way I see it, the amount that the city would be on the hook for this year is dependent on what the cap was for last year and how Express Scripts handles the true-up. For example, I don't know if, obviously you have to wait until the city exceeds the amount of the cap first until they start kicking in the refunds. I'm thinking that wouldn't happen until early next year because of the plan year.
Can they answer that? They should know what the cap was for last year, right?
What was the cap for last year?
It was just under 1.1.
You have to come to the mic, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Just under 1.1 of 1,096,000 was your fiscal. Again, the way it's done in the fiscal, that's August through July of this year. And then this coming year is just under 1.4 is the way our underwriters wrote the deal, yep.
Okay. Megan?
So then I would need to know how much the refunds were for the prior plan year. I haven't seen any come in the budget as of yet, so that's kind of where we stand.
So, just so, Mayor Warren, maybe you want to answer this. We have before us a transfer request tonight, and on a transfer request is approximately $600,000 for the prescription. So if we were to transfer that money for calendar year 2014, that money will be refunded to us in calendar year 2015?
Unless they could get the check out before the end of the year. Unless the refund, I doubt if it can be, but if it could, it'd be this year. If not, it would be calendar 2015.
And Express Scripts, Mr. Graham?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Okay, so because our books show that we are overextended in prescriptions, anywhere from $600 to $1 million for prescriptions. And you're saying that you will refund that money which is over and beyond, over and above, what we had negotiated. So that refund that you have to give to us, when will that check come to us?
So the way Ryan, is the way the deal is, the reinsurance deal, the deal is from.
You got to talk into the mic, I'm sorry.
Is August 1st of this year is the new deal through July of 15. So what happens is, once that full year comes out, so it's not like an upfront type of thing. So what happens once that plan year ends, that 12 months, then a reconciliation happens, and then about 3 to 5 months after is when actually the check will be reimbursed to the state. So you'll get that check in calendar year 2000. For this fiscal year, you'll get it next year, but it'll be about this time next year.
About this time next year?
About 3 months after, usually how the deal. I think it's usually about 3 months after. So it doesn't.
So, and have we received a check in the past for the same?
So you never received a check until this past year, and I know that's when I just worked with Julie on that sheet.
Yeah, Ryan said, generally you have,
Run well.
You've
it's
run
been
very
a lot
well, yeah.
lower, so we
Never
haven't,
hit the max attachment.
we haven't met the situation, so approximately when the check?
So now now this last year, fiscal year, which would have been August of last year, August of 13 through July of this year, we were over. So there's a check, and I think it needs to be signed. I think Julie has the paper.
Yeah.
That needs to be signed by the City of Orange. It's about a check of about $236,000 that's coming to the City of Orange, to the City of Orange on Express behalf.
So about $200,000, so, but that doesn't speak to,
And then what happens is, so then now you're in the current program, so that runs until the end of July, and then it takes about a month or two once we get that reconciliation. And then once that happens, then we can actually see where the actual number is, because we got to wait till everything comes into the claim level. And then once that reconciliation happens, we can then get what the actual amount will be, you're actually over, and then we reimburse the City of Orange with the overage.
so they're preparing a check right now for $200 and some odd dollars.
Correct.
And then possibly there'll be another check after that.
Correct.
And
Yep.
it will kind of, and what you're saying, the checks will wash out the over,
So the check
over-
that's out there right now, that the reinsurance actual that's out there, the check of 236 is for the previous fiscal year. So it usually takes about 5 to 7 days to actually clear. But I know, Julie, I just got that the other day. We gave it to her. So once the City of Orange signs that, you'll get that check within, once it's signed within 5 to 7 business days. Then what happens is now you're in a new stop loss program that goes to the end of July 31st of 2015. About 3 months after that, once the whole reconciliation goes through, then there'll be another check. So anything that you're over, and based on what I'm seeing now, based on the first 3 months, if we didn't do anything, if we just let everything continue the way it was from now until the end, we're probably looking at about a check of $1 million sometime, after July of next year, on top of
July 2015.
it would be about a couple months after July once the program, the fiscal year ends.
Okay. So the checks for $200,000 is for calendar year 2013.
So it's the way that program, it's fiscal year, so it's August to July.
For us.
Correct.
It would be
Correct,
applied
right.
for calendar
But
year.
we have to get that. I know it just came out, so we need to get that signed, and this way we can get that process for you.
Ooh, okay. And then, but in all of this, has our finance department noted that, that due to your obligation, that these funds are due to you, so that we can note them on our book that we should be looking for these funds?
Yeah, so I work directly. So how it works is that I go really through Fairview, and then Fairview really works with, I think, the City of Orange.
Yeah,
Right.
we just received that and we sent it over. So it's a matter now of just being signed and then processing of the check. Oh, sorry.
But
Just a matter of having it signed and then they'll process the check
no,
and get it to
I
you.
heard you saying that it's forthcoming, but
Yeah.
was there any conversation that stated that we realized after reconciling that you are due funds, and so these funds will be coming in X amount? Has there been any conversation so that we know to expect that money?
We just got it. So we just got it and we just sent it.
No, not got it. did you have any conversations with our finance department to say that this will be coming? I understand it's coming.
No, because we need Express Scripts to reconcile the all the bills, and once they tell us what that reconciliation is, then we get it over right away.
And so in the meantime, the taxpayers have to put forth the money until you reconcile your books to see what we're doing,
That's the way the reinsurance contract works.
okay.
So he's not even sure what we're gonna get.
Exactly, so it's like,
$236,000.
But you said
I
it
mean,
hasn't been
we're
reconciled.
going, in the planning of everything, we're not sure what to expect, if to expect, when to expect. It's kind of, okay. Council members, any more questions? Now, I spoke to Mr. Graham, and I know there's some things in terms of our specific plan that requires a executive session. I'm going to recommend, Mayor Warren, that you and Mr. Graham, your staff, Mr. Graham, have a conversation, and want you, because it's not only, it's something for us to approve. You would have to go to the bargaining units and talk to them about it. So sometime in the near future, after you had the conversation with Mr. Graham and to decide what those conversations and with the bargaining units you have to have, you come back to this council and,
And we'll request a closed session at that point, too.
right, and it'll be to accept, yeah. Okay, so Mr. Graham, I don't think it's prudent to do it at this time because there has to be some back and forth, and before you can talk to us, the mayor has to talk to the collective bargaining units. Council members, before Fairview leaves and Express Scripts leave, are there any other questions? And I know one thing that was brought up to us by a budget consultant, there's a product that that the state health benefits has that's kind of guarantees your cost. Does your agency offer
I'm more than happy to do the comparison for you. And
Okay.
like we said before, obviously, taking into consideration your benefits are better than, and we'll address what those restrictions are by the state health benefits, so you're aware of that.
Council President, what was the statement? I was gonna say that they need to work with the administration, come up with a plan and a comparison that they can present to the council, so we can see where the savings will be and how much of a reduction that our employees will see or that the city will see.
Sure.
But you guys have got to get together and work that out.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. No more questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is that your stuff? All right.
And let the mayor know he needs to make that part of the budget somehow.
I might do it as part of the presentation when we do the budget. Closed sessions.
I don't know if Council Vice President Coley stated that public service and electric and gas has postponed to January. Fire department has already presented. Council members, are there any discussion that you would like to have on any ordinances and or resolutions?
Council President, I guess this is for Mr. Mays. And the reason I'm asking these questions because parking is such a Harlem and Orange. On 26, 2014, 27, and 28, can you quickly explain to me what you're doing over with those restrictions?
26, 2014,
27 and 28.
26, 27, and 28.
Yeah.
26, we talked about this previously. This is the speed bumps that were, speed humps, I'm sorry, I apologize. The speed humps that were put over on Oakwood Avenue. There are various crosswalks in that area, and based on the crosswalks, there's only a certain allotment of feet that you're allowed to park in between those crosswalks. I spoke about this when the project was going on. We definitely tried to maximize that because we didn't want to lose a lot of spaces. As we all know, we get a lot of visitors over there, people coming to visit their elderly individuals, and we also have an issue there with the healthcare workers. So in every instance, we did maximize the amount of parking that we could have. That's 26. 27 is the repaving of Carteret Place and Carteret Terrace. Because we did that, there were certain areas where there had to be crosswalks cut in for people to cross the street, which were not there previously. That's the same scenario where we had to provide a certain amount of spacing for no parking based on those cuts. 28 is absolutely the same thing, but this one is referencing primarily the mid-block areas, crosswalks that we had to put in place. So these are all introduction, first reading ordinances.
And Mr. Mays, with those
Speed humps?
speed humps, is there any way you could have highlighted them more so people could see them? Because it hasn't slowed the traffic down, because people just run up, go up in the air and come down. Is there any way they could have, like, I know in West Orange you can see on Watchung, I don't know whether it's reflected there or tape or something that you can see them better.
Yeah, that's
Those
not an
that
issue.
you have over there, you can't even see them.
All right, let me check into that. I believe they were painted. I don't know if it's reflective paint, but I will look into that and I will get back to you.
Some type of
The
reflective
signage
paint.
is okay because I know we double checked the signage,
Yeah,
but
so
the
that-
painting I will look into that.
And if you painted them, maybe you need to reflect
Okay.
that sort of sparkles at night so people can see those things as they go down.
Looks like it's black paint.
Okay.
Because you can't see them.
Okay,
until
that's
you
not
hit
it.
one,
I
and
will
then
look
you go up
into
and
that.
come down.
I take
Paint them red.
And Council President, I just want to add to the speed bump issue on Oakwood Avenue. I believe shortly after the speed bumps were put in, they were shaved down.
Absolutely.
But
Let me,
But-
was that a county? Was it the county?
That is based on the law, in terms of how high they could be. So they were a little larger. We did have some incidents with cars there because of the height of them being a little larger, having some damage. So we had to basically shave them down. That is accurate.
and now the speeding issue is just like it was before. I would assume someone would damage a vehicle if you're speeding across a speed bump. That's the reason for a speed bump.
Yeah, I will look into that issue, but I had this question previously from a lot of the seniors in those buildings, and basically we did definitely have to comply with what is actually acceptable in terms of the law. We did do that, and that's where we are with that one.
All right, thank you.
Council,
Council President,
yes.
Resolution 336, 2014. It's a resolution by the City of Orange Township Council in support of the approved School Board of Estimate $11 million bond ordinance to be used by the Orange Board of Education to fund certain capital and improvement projects. there has been some speculation surrounding monies that were to be set aside for instances such as this. I need someone to confirm for me, Mr. Mapp or someone from the finance department. Can you confirm that our previous budgets did or did not include additional money for instances like this?
For this,
For bonds such as this, improvement bonds and things that the school district may need.
Mayor will address, Mayor will address.
336.
That's just, school board estimates.
Oh, you want it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Councilman, this is regarding, there was a desire by the Board of Education, the superintendent, and the business administrator are here. This was a request to bond for a number of items that were outlined before the Board of School estimate. We did meet and we did approve the bond, and what's before you is a resolution indicating that there's no objection from the council regarding the bond. There will be a subsequent meeting where the business administrator and the superintendent will meet and they'll outline with more specificity as to what the bond's going to cover, the percentages, and so forth. But what you're looking at is a statement by the council that there's no objection to the bond that was already passed by the Board of School estimate.
Well, the superintendent of schools did certainly come before the council and give us a quick overview of some of the items that are listed in this project. I don't know if that included everything, but it certainly did include some big dollar items. My question still remains the same. Was there money in the previous budgets that were taken out and set aside for bonds such as this? I just need that confirmed.
Okay, may I ask Mr. Mapp to come up to answer that?
I'm Adrian Mapp, the Director of Finance. I was here when it was represented that the school board had bonds that were paid in full over time, and that therefore debt service was already built into the base, and therefore that money is available for any new bonding. It just doesn't work that way. That assumes, or that would suggest, that bonds that were in the budget 50 years ago, 100 years ago, for which debt service was placed in the budget at that time, that we can still issue bonds for that same amount that was issued several years ago. To suggest that, it means that one doesn't understand how cost changes or the budget process. So there's no money in the base, there's no money in the budget to fund any new debt service that would result from the issuance of bonds for the Board of Education. It would be additional taxes that would have to be levied in order to satisfy that service.
Well, that was going to be my next question. How is the funds going to be raised? But I guess you just answered that question, huh?
That's the only way. It has to come from the pockets of the taxpayers. But it is not sitting any place waiting for you to issue bonds and then for us to take those funds and pay debt service. That's not the way it works.
And you stand by that statement?
I stand by that. I can't say to you that bonds that were issued in 1900, that there's still money in the base of our budget to fund new bonds. I think you would look at me as stupid if I were to suggest that to you.
Well, I certainly appreciate your honesty where this notion is concerned. It is certainly something that we need to clarify and we need to understand because this bond certainly has to be funded, and that is a concern.
It will have to come from the taxpayers.
All right. Unless of course there might be someone in the audience who might know of a better way that we can fund this.
I don't know that we have, notwithstanding what Mr. Mapp has explained, maybe I'm not getting the question properly, and maybe Mr. Kundala could come up and just speak to the bond itself. During the presentation before the Board of School estimate, the superintendent assured us, and the BA went through any open issues, and I believe that everything was paid down in full. There was nothing that's outstanding to be paid, and this bond would stand alone.
I don't want anyone to get the misconception that I don't fully understand the importance, how critical it is that something be done to improve our school district, especially the physical aspect of that. I support that 1,000%. My only concern is how we're going to pay for it. That's my concern. And, you know, if what the mayor is telling us, we certainly need to sit down as a council and administration and the school district and put our thinking caps on and figure this thing out. I mean, again, I'm not in objection of it. I support it 1,000%, but my concern, again, is how we're going to fund it.
Superintendent Lee, is there anything you would like to add to?
And just while it's coming, Madam President, one of the things that the superintendent and the BA can speak to is that they're making certain payments now. They have certain payments, dollars, that are designated for bond payments. They would just continue those same payments for this bond as well. Maybe they can speak more in depth to that.
Good evening, Ronald Lee, Superintendent of Schools, and I'm here with
In 3 minutes.
the School Business Administrator. And I know Ms. Stewart will hold me to that. Mr. Adekunle James, Business Administrator. And if you recall my presentation when I came before this body and also at the Board of School Estimates, we said our $11 million bond, I said we had been floated some $21 million over starting way back as to 1990. And those bonds had been paid off. When those bonds were floated, the tax base on the school side of the ledger was increased to pay for those bonds. And there are payments that are made annually for that. And I said, I don't know if they're, after they have been paid, because it was built into the base, whether there was a reduction in the tax rate and or taxes to the city, to the taxpayers. I said, I don't know the city side of the books. And so I said, I don't know. I said, if it has not, then it's built into the base. And you would just go out to the free market, raise the dollars, and the payment of those dollars are already built into your tax base. I said, however, if that was not the case, then I gave the worst case scenario. And I said, for the $11 million for a person who has a house assessed at, let's say $400,000, it would approximate, and I don't know what the interest rates are on the free market right now, about a $300 increase in taxes for the average taxpayer with an assessment of $300. So I said it was from 0 to 300. Now again, I'm not privy to the records of the city, but we have some things in our bond that I think are crucial. I need to tell this body that the board has its sight on a property. We talked about that we have a initiative that we're pushing for, which is hopefully a STEM high school, a second high school, a magnet school. We've already sent a letter of interest. We are just waiting for an appraisal, but the thing that's really going to hold us up is to whether we know we have bond money to back up whatever proposal we make. That's on one project. Then there's some other projects that we need to take care of. There are a lot of infrastructure, improving our auditorium, the Orange Preparatory Academy, and some various other capital projects. And so if, and we do have copies of what we sent out, what we submitted to this body before. So just as a reminder, those are some of the projects. But one of the projects that just came up recently, an opportunity came up, and I think it would be a coup and a real plus for the town if we were able to pull off this deal, and it would really expedite our creation of a STEM high school.
As I indicated, I fully understand what you're up against. We as a community can't possibly expect you to be successful, the district to be successful in your current position with your limited space throughout the district in your buildings. So in order for you to be successful, you have to be able to expand. I'm aware of what you're looking at right now in terms of what you're offering, what you're trying to purchase. If you are successful in that venture, would you still have a need to expand the current high school?
For the record, yes, because SDA may look at this tape, yes, because I still want, in addition to the high school, I still want a bridge built between Orange Preparatory and Orange High School.
Still want Cleveland.
I'm sorry?
Still
Someone
want
says?
Cleveland.
Oh, yes, and well,
In case they make the tape, they
yes,
see the tape.
yes, and Cleveland, and an addition onto Cleveland as well, because at the high school again, even a second gym is needed, a larger library media, a cafeteria is needed, and still some classrooms will still be needed, or are needed at Orange High School, and the SDA has already told us that they're even concerned, but they don't have the money, even about Orange Preparatory Academy, because our population in our school system is growing. And that's a positive thing because it's either more folks are coming in or hopefully the community is getting a little more confidence in the work that we're doing. And so, but being that as it may, I'm always looking at how do I service the community. I mean, for years, Orange has talked about that some of his best and brightest leave us from going from middle school or going from elementary to middle or will not go to high school. So I want to address that population. But also I want, as we continue to raise the bar, we have potential of having 4 colleges already who are already on board helping us or wanting to help us to build a STEM curriculum for the high school, as well as we're trying to bring institutions like St. Barnabas and others to the table for this.
Council President, I don't have any other questions. I think I have a better understanding on the direction that we're going in terms of financing this ordinance, bond ordinance.
Council members, any other questions on
Yeah,
this?
Council President, I do have a question.
Yes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
You staying on 336?
Yeah,
Okay.
because they just.
Okay.
Why are you guys so confident that you're going to need $800,000 to sink into the YWCA pool and facility?
I'm not saying confident. Confident wouldn't be the word, but I am confident. For years, again, when we were developing the bond in our proposal, we not only just look at the school buildings, but how we serve the community. We've been told, and it's a fact, that, for example, at the Y, and we were, having conversation with the city for 5 years almost on how do we do a 3-way partnership with the Y, but there was never any conversation, how do we fix the pool? How do we do certain things to bring the building up? And as part of that partnership, we thought to put dollars into the bond to rehabilitate the Y. Now, I know you've been part of, and we've been part of some other discussions about the Y, but we were seeing that as what we can do as a collective community to, really bring that facility up to standard.
No other questions.
Council President,
Councilwoman Eason.
Superintendent Lee, in the, are you looking at putting a new boiler in Cleveland?
Looking to tear Cleveland down and put a new building there.
Okay. As you know, the SDA has finally approved, but I'm not getting happy until I see a shovel in the ground. They've approved Cleveland and an extension on the Cleveland, which includes rehabilitation of the inside in addition, and also new boilers and piping, and they're going to take out all the piping in the basement area where we currently have the cafeteria and all that other stuff. So that's part of the plan that's the SDA has.
When you take that boiler out, you have a whole classroom that you could use, but because one of the things I know is it last year, 2 years before, the platform on top of that.
Very,
before
very
it
hot,
gets
very
so
warm.
hot.
Yes.
So I'm hoping Cleveland is part of that boiler, so you can take the train out of there.
Well, sometimes our boilers go down. We had, recently, Forest Street boiler went down. We just put in a new boiler at Haywood. Although the SDA is supposed to take, they said we don't have any money for it. We have to have buildings with heat, so that's something that we had to do. And so we do have some boiler plants that are very old and that we have to address. Mr. James was just showing me pictures today of pipes corroding and various different things that we try to keep maintaining things. But, so we try to be a little ahead of the game to try to prevent or preempt any, facility issues.
And that reminds me, I will talk to you offline, but I have some new parking for Cleveland Street School that I need to talk to you about. Some additional parking that's offered there, so the kids can use the school ground for playing.
Okay.
And we can move those cars out of there.
All right.
But I'll talk to you about that.
Okay. We'll take over your house, no problem.
Well, I'll rent you my driveway.
Councilman, any other questions? If not, a motion to close.
Move.
Thank you.
Moved by Councilman Corbin, second by Councilwoman Gold Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're going to move to the we're going to move to the regular meeting, but I am going to have to take 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We have to pass out some paperwork. So please, we're 2 minutes, and please come back to your seats, and we'll be ready to start. 60 seconds.
He's coming right now. Walking down. You're in trouble.
Sorry.
Ready? Maggie, are you ready? Okay.
This is a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in the Council Chambers, City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, December 16, 2014, following the conference meeting.
Please, Councilwoman Summer Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. This is the part of the council meeting where we try to bring the youth of Orange into council chambers, and I am very excited to have the Tornadoes of Orange recreation football team here. And I just want to say, on my way driving here in the cold and in the rain, they were practicing, and they are coming straight from practice. They're going to do the flag salute, and then one of their football players, Kwasi, is going to be the representative to speak to the council. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the Tornadoes Orange Recreation Football Team to the podium.
Councilwoman Summer Johnson, and just for clarification, it's the, not the high school, it's the rec
No, it's the
team.
Orange Recreation.
Orange Youth.
Orange Youth Football.
Through the recreation, okay.
Kwasi, you can come to the mic to do it.
You might fall on your head.
All right, with our right hands over our hearts, we say.
Please stand.
Please stand. With our right hands over our hearts, we say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't leave.
Please be seated.
Well, I would like swiftly everybody to just and tell me your name, sir.
Kwasi Adudivu.
Kwasi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go by Kwasi.
That's why I said you're not going to the first name.
Q.
Make it easier.
Okay, Q. Kwasi, right?
K, yeah, with the
Yeah,
K.
Kwasi K, yeah. So Kwasi, I would like you to just have your team players come up and just state their name so everybody will know who's here and introduce yourself, and then you'll come back to and speak on behalf of. And just keep going one by one.
Hello, my name is Romeo Nepan.
Oh, hello, my name is Ralph Clairvoyant.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Parks.
Hello, my name is Sincere Saunders. Hello, my name is Lewis Thompson.
Hello, my name is Jordan Hall.
Hello, my name is Javon Newell.
Hello, my name is Joshua Fields.
Hello, my name is Karan Glover.
Hello, my name is Christian Wells.
Wait, and the coaches?
Good afternoon. My name is Coach Parks, Deshaun Parks.
Hello, my name is Coach Jamel Drummond.
Thank you.
Good evening, Coach Andre Goodman.
I thought you were a player. I'm sorry. and Kwasi,
Hello, my name is Kwasi Didiu.
and could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Councilman
And
Williams Portable. I understand what you're trying to do, but we haven't officially opened our meeting. You got to do the roll call, and then we go into that. We haven't officially opened our meeting.
no,
You
the
just
Pledge
did-
of Allegiance is first. Is it Pledge of
I know
Allegiance?
we did the Pledge of Allegiance,
Yeah,
so
they're
that's
just talking.
fine.
They're not
But
doing
we're
appreciation,
still in
they're
the
just
Pledge
talking.
of Allegiance, Councilwoman Eason.
Huh?
still
We're
in the
still
Pledge
at
of
the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, Kwasi. Can you tell us, please, just, tell us a little bit about yourself from the sports perspective and why you're here tonight, other than Councilwoman Summer Johnson asked her to come?
Well, I'm 14, and this is my second year playing for the Orange Tornadoes. I've learned a lot from playing with some of these guys, not only about myself, but about being a team player. Last year, we were very successful, ultimately winning the league championship and going down to Virginia to win the national championship. And it's very credited to the players, but it's also credited to the coaches mostly because, personally, in my opinion, I think these are the two best coaches in the country. This year we were nationally ranked number 6 in the country and number 1 in the state. And going to our team, I think what separates us from from other teams is that what we do in practice and what we learn. Personally, I've learned the true meaning of brotherhood. I had 2 brothers at home, and they're much older than me. One's 27, one's 19, so they're both in college. So going onto the field with these guys, I can feel the brotherhood, and I understand what it knows. I understand the meaning of being a part of a family, mostly.
Thank you. We're graced with our mayor here. On behalf of the city council and Mayor of Orange, Mayor, would you like to bring greetings to them?
I am so delighted by not only this group, but the group of kids that they represent. Most of them I've known since they were very little. This program is near and dear to me because I've watched how it transformed young people. But I have to talk about the coaches as well, because we can't pay them enough to do all that they do, to dedicate themselves the way that they do, day in, day night, on the weekends. When I was part of their staff, we go into the schools to find out how the boys are doing. This is just the kind of commitment that we need to see across the board in our city. And Dwight Holmes, thank you for volunteering to keep everything coordinated. And where's Karen Wells? In the back of the room. Every organization, if you want to get stuff done, as we can see, we have men talking about it, but if you want stuff really operating and coordinated and successful, you got to get a woman on board. Thank you, Karen Wells, for doing Kendra Wells. That's Karen's daughter. She chastised me earlier.
Her mother's name.
But Kendra is just, she just keeps everything together and makes sure they're successful. And I'd like, Madam President, if one of the coaches could come up and talk about the details of their trip to Virginia that they're going to go on very shortly. I don't want them to take up the whole meeting, but it's important that they talk about what this accomplishment is, what they're going to do, and what they have to do to raise money outside of their regular budget, because it gets expensive, but the exposure that our kids have by going into a national championship out of state is tremendous and is really part of the educational process. Coach Drummond.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say that going to Virginia for national competition is great exposure for our kids. I actually learned this, I want to say back in 2001 when we went to the youth games. The city of Orange, we used to go over to the youth games, and we went to California our second year in the youth games, and we won first place flag football. And at the time, I was very young, just probably like my second year coaching or third year. And, you know, over the years, I'm in my 16th year, and, you know, you kind of look back and you can see the value of it. It takes a while to see, but it's a big difference to compete home, to compete in your league, than to actually go out and see the country and play against kids from all over the country. It's a big difference, and like I said, it's a great experience for the kids. We were fortunate enough to take a plane to California, and a lot of kids were just looking down, saying, "Wow, this is our country! Like I can't believe it!" Like, and so and sometimes our kids are not fortunate enough to step outside of Orange, and so to be able to take these kids across the country, or in this case down the East Coast, down to Virginia, it's a great experience and great exposure for our kids.
Thank you, Coach Drummond. Council members, are there any remarks before they leave?
When are you going? When are you coming back?
Okay.
We're actually leaving this Friday, which is December 19th, and we will be returning with the first place trophy on Sunday. We'll be leaving Sunday evening, and we'll be returning on Monday morning. We'll be leaving in front of the Orange Middle School. That's where we will be. We have taken donations. Councilwoman, thank you again, was gracious enough to donate to our GoFundMe, which is on Facebook right now, if anyone else would like to donate. As well as we want to thank all people that are involved with donations, or all people that are supporting our trip. We just want to say thank you very much. And just let the city be aware that we are going to be going this weekend, and just keep us in your thoughts and in your prayers, and we greatly appreciate this opportunity.
Come back to the thing. Council members, before they leave, is there any words of encouragement or questions that you may have of the tornadoes? Councilman Johnson?
I do have just a statement. Keep your heads up high. You're already champions. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not going to jinx you and say don't bring the trophy back, but I understand real competition. Just give it your all and leave it on the field. Mm-hmm. You are our champions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other council members?
Sure, Council President. I'll say congratulations in advance.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you go back for a second? And I know it's ironic that we have one of our city attorneys here who is orange bred, orange athlete, and I know he's smiling inside. So, Attorney Wolf, did you just have any words to say to them before they leave?
I do. What you learn playing football, the principles, the brotherhood, the competition, those are attributes you will take with you the rest of your life. You may not see it now, but when you look back on as you grow older and as you work yourself into the workplace to go to college, you are already a step ahead of everyone. So I wish you the best of luck, and just give it your all.
Thank you.
So again, thank you, Councilwoman Simmons Johnson. Have a safe trip, and I was there, Coach Drummond, in California. So bring back the championship trophy. I still have a picture of the championship trophy from California. You could do it, and be encouraged, and just know that you are winners. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you for
even the
listening.
coach that looked like a player. Thank you so much. And what is the if the people want to donate, is GoFund?
Yes, GoFundMe. Yes.
GoFundMe. Okay.
And then they can look at Orange Youth Football.
Yeah, Orange
So,
Youth Football.
and Councilwoman Summer Johnson, do you have that up on your Facebook page?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Councilwoman Summer Johnson has information on her Facebook page. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
And before they leave, it always amazes me. There's always people in the background that sit, and Holmes and Kendra sitting in the background, but people are sitting back. You know, Kendra with the fish fries, Dwight being bossy, and you know, it's just. It all brings it together to make a successful team. So thank you very much. Now we're going to move the agenda. Roll call.
Councilman Coley?
Present.
Councilman Corbett?
Here.
Councilwoman Easton?
Here.
Councilwoman Gone Butler?
Present.
Councilman Johnson?
Here.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Present.
Council President Williams?
Present.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk. Mayor Warren? Mr. Wolf, City Attorney, is present but not at the desk at the moment. Mr. Mapp, Director of Finance. Mr. Harris, Legislative Research Officer, is present but not at his desk at the moment. Mr. Mays is the Administrative Representative. Ms. Hamir is the Clerk's Office. Ms. O'Hanlon is from the Budget Consultant. Mr. Smith is the Tax Collector. Mr. Rinaldi is the Tax Assessor. And Ms. Lascari is the Chief Financial Officer. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 that set the sunshine law has been met. The notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in record transcript on July 17, 2014. Posted on the bulletin board in City Hall and filed in the office of the municipal clerk.
Moving to approval of minutes.
We have October 14, 2014 special meeting. Council members Easton, Gone Butler, Summers Johnson cannot vote because they were not present.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Gone Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, let me do a roll call. Yes, to a
Councilman
roll-
Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes. October 21st, 2014 conference, regular and executive session meetings.
Move.
Second. Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gone Butler.
Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gone Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes. November 5th, 2014, conference and regular meeting. Motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilman Coley. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Going to
November 6th?
November 5th.
and November 5th. Council members Gaunt, Butler, Johnson cannot vote because they were not present. Motion to adopt.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Eaton.
Councilman Coley,
In favor.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes. November 6th, 2014 executive closed session meeting. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler cannot vote. She was not present.
Is there a motion?
Move.
Motion.
Motion by, I'm sorry, Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Hoadley. Roll call.
Councilman Coley,
In favor.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes. We have reports, Department of Planning, Economic Development, month of November 2014, total $27,074. Constable report, Darnell Brody, month of December 2014, no activity. OPA request, 25 OPA requests, 77 items completed, 4 items pending from the Finance and Housing.
Just a second.
Council reports.
The council reports. Before we do the council reports, I want to do some house cleaning regarding the agenda so we can have we can flow, you know, we can have a smooth flow. 3/32/2014 on the resolution that's going to be removed by the administration. 3/32/2014 is going to be removed by the administration. Is it 332? I'm sorry, I apologize. 322. 322, I apologize, is going to be removed by the administration. And then, give me 1 second. There will be some walk-ons, and they are being passed out to city council members that we'll deal with at a later time. And resolution 342/2014, 342/2014 will be removed because all of the items, the backup was not included, so it'll be postponed to the next meeting. 342/2014 will be removed.
What was that one?
I'm sorry,
What number did you just give?
342. Which one? Oh, okay, you just repeated me. And there will be a supplement for 340/2014.
Second. Council President?
A supplement for 340/2014, correction. And that should be handed out, Ms. O'Meara is handing them out. Okay. You got it? So 322 is removed by the administration. And 342 is being removed because all the documents were not included, and 340 will be supplemented. Okay. Okay, now, that being said, we're going to do different reports of different reports. So, do we have anything for public safety?
Yes, Council President, as far as the police department is concerned, the Orange Police Department, in the direction of Director Sims, they have implemented their plan to keep the shoppers safe this holiday season, in particular amongst our shopping districts. The Orange Police Department has also solved some of the crimes that were outstanding, and the crime stats are holding steady.
No, ups and downs.
And Council President, I just want to add to that. All my years been in Orange, and
I apologize when I said public safety. I should have said the police department. I apologize.
yeah, all my years been in the police department. I'm not going to jinx, but we are going to end this year without having a homicide here in Orange. And men and women at the Orange Police Department has been working diligently all year long with limited resources, getting the job done day in and day out under the direction of our Police Director, Hakeem Sims. So when accolades are given out regarding there hasn't been any homicides in Orange, let's make sure that those accolades are directed in the right direction where they should go, to the men and women that protect the city day and night. Thank you.
Thank you. Orange Fire Department? Nothing at this time?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Housing? Orange Housing Authority?
Council President, the Housing Authority doesn't meet until next month.
Okay.
No report.
No report at this time. Planning? Planning, no?
Nothing for planning.
Okay. ABC?
I just want to note that the ABC board did meet on Thursday, and they have some new initiatives in order to keep the tavern safe. They have asked that each tavern owner employ armed security to make sure that we don't have any of the occurrences like that are happening in Newark. Unfortunately, Mayor Warren, we need police officers to get hired so we can fulfill their need. They're putting money in the accounts, but we don't have the officers to support the initiative. So when do you think we will have some officers in the academy? We need some more officers. The ones that are currently there are overwhelmed and overworked, and they're not volunteering for the side jobs as they should. Do you have any idea what your plan is to get some new officers on the payroll? Since they are down.
You didn't hear? And somebody phone, if your phone is going off, put it on silent, please.
It's legislative research officer's phone.
Councilman Easton, I don't have dates particularly with me, but it's a discussion that we have ongoing, and I'll actually be able to give you a report on what our internal discussions are by the end of this week.
So you do have a list that you're looking at
Yes.
to hire?
Yes.
Because I don't think it's fair to the tavern owners that we make that requirement of them, and then
You
we
have no
can't
manpower.
supply them with the personnel.
I agree.
All right?
But I'll report to you as early as Friday.
Okay.
Public Works Committee? No report at this time. Library?
I don't have a library report because the South Ward meeting is tomorrow, and the library director, Davis, will be doing a presentation there, and I will have a report at the next meeting as to what he says at that meeting, and if anyone cares to find out anything going on at the library, they can come to Haywood Avenue School tomorrow from 6 to 7, and they'll be able to get handouts and information and dispel rumors and things like that at Haywood Avenue School tomorrow from 6 to 7.
Promptly.
Promptly. Because if you come at 7:01, the meeting will be over.
The finance department met, the finance committee met. Councilman Johnson, do you have notes or do you want me to read them?
I defer to you, Council President.
The finance committee met, in attendance was Dita Lurch, Harold Johnson, Carrie Coley, and Donna Williams. We discussed Resolution 325-2014, the Finance Committee to request meeting with Director Mays to discuss scope of future New Jersey Department of Transportation submissions. We also discussed Resolution 334-2014. The resolution is still deficient for the following reasons. The Finance Committee previously asked for the following quantification of value of proposed auction lists, complete list of vehicle inventory. As a result, the Finance Committee is suggesting that this matter be postponed until the aforementioned items are submitted to the City Council, and items are for review to the City Council, and attachments for review and consideration. Moving to
Council President.
Let me finish your report, sir. 335-2015, the Finance Committee is requesting a summary for the order to support this request, and that's where we're cleaning up the books. With grants that are sitting on the books, that have been sitting on the books going back as far as 2007, and they haven't been, what do I want to say? That they have not been updated since then. 341-2014, the Finance Committee is not in support of this resolution. A supplement resolution is attached which has just been handed out, is attached for the governing bodies of consideration. Requests from the governing body and budget consultant to the CFO and the Director of Finance for current finance statements have not been responded to. 342-2014, the attachments supporting documentation were deficient. The Finance Committee recommends that this matter be postponed until complete documents are submitted. Director Mays?
Yeah, relative to Resolution 334, you stated that there was 2 issues that had to be resolved. I spoke with you directly, also spoke with Megan from the Budget Consultant's Office, and those issues, when only one of those issues was expressed to me, and based on that expression of that, I absolutely concurred with what was requested of me, and I followed up and attached that documentation to the resolution. So at this point, I don't feel that this resolution should not go forward. I did exactly what I was told. Tonight is the first that I'm hearing about 2 issues. Megan, I spoke with her on the phone. I also have an email to that effect, so I'm not clear on what happened in the translation or the communication, but I'm suggesting that that resolution go forward at this point based on my interaction with you and the budget consultant over the last several weeks relative to this resolution.
Director Mays, our conversation stated that your department was putting up several items for auction, and we asked what were the values of those. Absolutely. We asked what were the values of, we asked what were the values of those Okay, we can agree to disagree. We asked for the
Megan's
value.
here. She can answer the question. I contacted her directly. And she
Okay.
sent me an email based on your conversation. That was never stated.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. What I asked you, based on my interpretation of Mr. Lurch, what was the amount, the value of the items that are being auctioned? In this package, there was no value. And then also, we asked for a complete vehicle inventory for the city of Orange, and that has not been provided. What was provided was basically the same thing that the resolution. And Megan, am I incorrect that Mr. Lurch wanted to, the total value of what was being auctioned? You go to.
Council President, to my knowledge, the only thing that Mr. Lurch required was the memo from Mr. Mays. I'm not aware of any other additional requests that he made.
Okay, the memo stating
that the vehicles on the list were inserviceable and
And relative to the inventory that you requested, I have the inventory. The inventory is separate. It has absolutely nothing to do with this resolution. The inventory, I can go downstairs and make copies right now. It was prepared and it's ready to be handed out.
Okay. Well, Director Mays, we're not gonna go into a long, but we talked several times in the in City Hall, and you let me know that it was ready, and I said just prepare for the city council meeting. And I don't believe any city council member has received.
That has nothing to do with the resolution. That's a separate item. The inventory you requesting is completed. It's downstairs. I can go make copies right now.
No,
That has nothing to do with this resolution. The resolution, I did exactly what I was requested of, and I would like to see it move forward tonight. This is the second time that it was delayed. As you know, with the bond ordinance, the Public Works Department has ordered various vehicles, and based on the fact that these vehicles still remain in the yard, it creates an issue for me in terms of the new delivery of vehicles and where those vehicles will go relative to the position or the spaces and the spots that these vehicles are taking up. There's no reason to delay it. I did exactly what you requested of me, and if you want the report, I can have it here in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Two separate issues.
Director Mays, if you recall, we were in the hallway, and the question I asked you that the budget consultant raised to me, that he did not want you to be auctioning off X amount of cars and we get $5,000 when they're really worth $10,000. And just can you give me can you give the council an amount of the value of what these cars are? So we had the conversation.
That we never had that conversation.
Okay.
That was never expressed to me. Okay. What the budget consultant requested is in writing via email. I contacted the budget consultant. I did exactly what I was told to do, and I complied with what they requested. So now tonight I'm hearing something that was never discussed, and I think it's unfair.
Director Mays, I respectfully disagree, and I understand you. I wasn't privy to your conversation with Mr. Lurch or Megan, but I know I specifically asked that question. But if you had a different conversation, so be it. But I know I asked a specific question. Mayor, you want to say something?
Madam President, we have before us a list in the resolution itself of the cars that are inserviceable, and according to the presentation from the budget representative who is here, she requested that in writing that Mr. Mays produce a document which he basically certifies that the items on the list are not serviceable, that the cars are irreparable and should be sold. It appears that Marty did that on December 12, 2014, and is attached to the resolution. And these are vehicles that are sitting on the yard that can produce some revenue for the city and remove the items from the yard so that they can start to prepare it for new items coming in. There's no reason, because he hasn't given the value. At the auction, the bidders determine the value. There'll be no minimums on equipment that can't be used. And so you sell it when the bidders come up. It's what the market will bear, and each one will be auctioned off individually, and the monies will go into the coffers of the town and get rid of it. I think Marty complied completely with what's required even under the statute for a bidding process. This matter should go before the council, be voted upon, and get rid of these cars that are just sitting there not producing anything for the city whatsoever.
Again, thank you, Mayor Warren. Again, I appreciate your comments, but you were not there for our conversation, but it's the will of the council. That's the statement that I have. Okay. Thank you. And I believe, I said Housing Authority. And that's it. And moving on to communications and petitions.
There were no communications or petitions. Pursuant to Section 4-10 of the Code of the City of Orange Township, each person addressing the council shall step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name in an audible tone for the record, and unless further time is granted by the presiding officer, shall limit his or her address to 10 minutes. The public is also expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted. The chair will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments.
We'll start with the first citizen comment in just a second. Mr. Lewis, I think he left. Bill Lewis. Jeffrey Feld? No, Jeff Feld?
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, local businessman and attorney whose business address is 268 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey. As my custom, I posted various heads-up comments and questions on the city's www.nj.com public website. First, I'd like to wish everyone, because we're coming into a holiday season, whether you celebrate Christmas or tonight's Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, my family, my employees, we wish you and your family a Happy New Year, because we won't be seeing each other till, I think, hopefully not till the beginning of the year, but everyone have a great season. This evening is the first night of Hanukkah, a minor Hebrew Jewish festival where we celebrate a miracle of light, transparency, and it's also the defeat of tyranny. And I use that for what's some of the things that need to be said. Last week, the Appellate Division held 2 oral arguments in Feld 6 and Feld 8. It was a pretty hot bench with Judge Fuentes, Judge Ashrafi, and Judge O'Connor. I urged the council to talk to the 5 spectators that were in the audience, taxpayers. You need to hear what the court said and some of the questions and comments, especially Judge Fuentes' comments about the Open Public Meetings Act and Judge Ashrafi's questionings as to why the county prosecutor and the state attorney general has not intervened in the state of into our events here. You should also be aware, when we talk about Oprah non-compliance, one of the things I've been asking for is the 2 paychecks issued to a certain city in-house city attorney. Those documents have not been produced to me. I believe there's an inherent conflict of interest that the attorney who's making the determination not to produce those documents is the attorney whose 2 paychecks I am looking for. It's very important that this council, 1, read yesterday's United States Supreme Court opinion about mistake of law concept. I say that because in the last year, there's been a series of New Jersey Appellate Division cases and also a very series of local finance notices you need to start reading, such as this transitional aid application process, calendar year 2015 municipal and county budget county information, municipal user budget forms. This is one that came out last week. The calendar year 2015 budget matters. Gives the calendar of what has to happen. Each council member needs to read this. I made reference to Judge O'Connor. She sat on a panel in a case called Marini versus City of Camden. You need to read it because she talks about the difference between police powers and other delegated powers given to municipalities. In addition, she makes reference to a state statute. You need to read the state statute that governs the local finance board because it talks about the powers of the executive director of the Division of Government and Local Services, and also talks about when certain events occur that the state needs to come in and take over the city. You need to read the statute. Those events have occurred. On December 10th, I was supposed to have a hearing in front of the local finance board. Because of a conflict that I could not be in front of the appellate division and the local finance board at the same time, the hearing will occur at the first meeting in January. However, I think the local finance board showed their hand because the next day they issued the local finance notice regarding the budget. And this goes back to when we talk about transparency. Where are the minutes for the June 25th, 2014 meeting, the July 23rd budget hearing we had? Today is December 16th. It is outrageous that this council has not approved minutes for those meetings. There's a reason for that, and I believe that. Because what happened, the rescission of an introduced budget is not authorized by law. People gave opinions. There's a case law now, there's a case that I filed, that you denied taxpayers the benefit of the cap. And we're going to need to know how much additional taxation was imposed on taxpayers. Because I'm also asserting in a case that the city and various city employees and our budget consultant have failed to respond to within time. So the next couple of days, defaults will be entered against those parties. Because if I am correct, and civil RICO does apply, there'll be treble damages. And that can go to the bottom line of this municipality. It's time to hold certain professionals responsible for what's going on. Earlier this evening, between 7:20 and 8:20, we heard about the insurance debacle. That's the only way to describe it. It's unacceptable what happens. Turning to tonight's agenda, based on what we've heard, I make some certain suggestions. Also, I'd like to point out that if you look at all the bill lists that have been approved and you include tonight's bill list, this council will have approved in calendar year 2014, I feel like I'm on a telethon, the drum roll, $80,531,245.02 based on bill list. How do you do that? The budget, I think, was less than, what, $60 million? Where did the money come from? I'd like to know. $80 million. And it just keeps on going. As to tonight's agenda, I think we need to have a determination legally how this, going back to what I said before, the difference between police power and statutory powers, because remember, a municipality is a creature of state law. You can only do what the state legislature allows you to. There's two other tax refund resolutions. Under what state enabling statute can this legislative body grant tax calendar year 2014 tax relief outside a tax appeal? You need a legal opinion. Not an opinion from the two men in that back there, the tax assessor or the tax collector. They're not attorneys. It's the gentleman in that corner that you need a legal opinion. I suggest you table those two resolutions until you get a written legal opinion, because you are on very thin ice now. because I don't have to talk to you about the official misconduct statute or the other statutes I've been talking about. If you spend monies that are not been approved in a budget, that's a criminal act. We've been through that. Be very careful as to that. Takes me down to the whole thing with the school board. I would just ask you that you carry that to the next meeting, so at least the citizens and the people on this side of the room can have the benefit of the handout. Because under the Orange Administrative Code, you really can't consider the documents that were given to you tonight. That violates the Orange Administrative Code, violates an injunction that I have in Feld 5. I mean, I've not heard whether there's a deadline that you have to meet, but why should we impose, because they met in front of the school board in September 23rd, today's December 16th, why wasn't this done earlier? This always seems like there's an emergency that's manufactured. Put it off for the next meeting, at least let the people have it. Let's at least see the list of what they're planning to do, and let's really analyze what the impact is on taxpayers. Takes us next to the McInerney retention of the auditor. It's interesting, we only had one person that applied, that's McInerney. Look under the best practices law. Your auditor cannot help prepare the financial statement. He can't prepare a document that he's going to audit. And when we see the lump sum of $100,000, we should really explain to the public that the $100,000 isn't for audit. There's like X dollars for the audit, X dollars for the financial statement, and it's X dollars for ancillary services. But understand that he can't prepare the financial statement under current law. 340, 214, I think you should explain to us what the error is. 341, 214, the transfer of appropriations. I suggest that we table that till the next meeting so that the audience can see the supplemental resolution that's going to be presented. So at least we can give comments on it. Also, this goes back to Oprah. I've been asking for the October, November financial operating reports. I have not received it. So then this goes back to your fiduciary duties. Remember your fiduciary duties of public trust. I don't want you to get jammed up by some other people that you violate your official misconduct by approving monies that you never approved, appropriations. Because right now we don't even know, as this various salary and wage line items, whether we exceeded those amounts. We're on a very, very serious issue. And this goes back to what Judge Ashrafi's comment. Why isn't the county prosecutor here? Why isn't the state attorney general here? We're on in my opinion, we've crossed the line. Tonight, be careful. I don't know what the new numbers are being transferred. Like, based on what the original suggestion about the $500,000 for the contract, it is outrageous that you would take monies. It's really been that the council, we praised you in August and July. We praise you for allocating monies up front to protect and pay our uniformed first responders who have been working without a contract for at least 2.5 years. We heard that from our mayor. Why should we allow this administration to take that money that we need to pay these guys? Me, I say no tonight. At least let us have an opportunity to see where those enter transfers. And also, if you look at the bill list that wasn't yet posted on the public website, if you look at the bill list, you're paying certain utilities like street lighting and I think some other utilities just for September. I have no idea the amount that's being transferred under the original one. Is that taking into account what projected October, November, December ones are? Or we just see that there's money that we need to free up so we don't keep some other people out of violations and responding to other people that they expend certain monies. Because we know there's at least 4 departments that sometime mid-September or end of September exceeded the appropriations. But tonight, please be careful. As to the tax-related calendar year ones, ask for a legal opinion. As to the school board bond, let the public see the presentation, because everything seems like it's always a walk-on and we're always playing a shell game trying to find out. As to the transfers, as we've heard from Mr. Lurch, you have 2 months next year to do this. Why tonight is there a big rush? Let's at least see the financial operating reports that they're required to produce. I mean, you remember, you are fiduciaries. And that's what I think the issue was that the judges focused on Wednesday. I wish that one of you could be there, but please talk to the 5 people that were there to verify and confirm what I am saying tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feld. Ms. Meyer.
Good evening, Bruce Meyer, Berkeley Avenue. I've been on the budget committee for quite a few years. I like to look at the bill list, see how those things add up. Bill lists have not been posted. The last meeting, half the bill list, the salaries and wages, was not part of it, and that was supposed to be produced this meeting. Have not seen any of that. In fact, haven't seen really anything document-wise that would allow me as a citizen, let alone as a past budget committee person who has particular interest in it, to know how things are going and how we're measuring up with our budget. Now, we talked about the insurance problem. The first time I've heard of that. I did not know that we were that far over budget. I do understand there's a lot of scams going on in the world, and the using specialized medicines and mixing and stuff is basically a scam. There are a few people that need that, but you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars for 11 people, I don't think so. So there is a way of dealing with that. My problem is that it appears in this manner, that this is a discussion for the city council as to how this insurance works, when they knew, all that sort of stuff. This is not city council business. We have supposedly a finance department. We have people who are running the city and all like that. It's nice to learn about that stuff, but to have this show up at city council is quite shocking. Some of the ramifications, the fact that we still have that kind of a contract on a fiscal year instead of a calendar year is totally unacceptable. If we had known about that, if the budget committee had been aware of that at all, that would have been one of the first things you say. You can't have that kind of budget going back and forth, especially that large an item that's not matched up with the year. Right now, okay, so there's a cap on it. You're going to get some money back. You're not going to see any money till a year from now. At least, at the minimum, when we had that contract coming up, in the budget should have been budgeted the maximum amount that could foreseeably be used. That's the amount going up to the limit of our cap, because that is possible. It could happen. That should have been budgeted as part of the budget. It wasn't. So we have a contract for 1.3 million, and I forget what we put in the budget for that, 400, 500,000. That's cooking the books. That is putting something in the budget that is not true, because we know we have the liability up to the 1.3. Now we're stuck with not being able to get the money back till later on, and you're going to have to start scramble to find a source of money or borrow some money or something or other to pay for it up front and hopefully get paid back later on. A budgeting issue. This is basic budgeting. That brings us to many of the other problems. During this past year's budget, for instance, the budget was presented by administration. We went over it very carefully, spent a lot of time on it. Things missing, $1 million here, $1 million there. Oh, this contract, we forgot about that contract. Well, who knew about that contract? Well, I don't know. We've been getting billed for it for years. We owe $1 million. The budget committee doesn't know that. The budget consultant doesn't know that. Nobody knows that. What's a few $1 million? Well, how can you have a budget when you don't know any of the information up front? I've never seen a budget go to be reconciled after it goes through the administration, puts their budget out, then it goes to city council, we make our cuts back and forth, and then it goes back and you get a combination of those things and it goes down to Trenton. Well, the thing went down to Trenton, had a lot of holes in it anyway, but to go in and have to add 1.3 million after all those things, to have a budget you keep having to add money back in, I've never heard of such a thing. I mean, I really haven't. And I'll tell you right now that we really don't know where we're standing on contracts. Some of our contracts have been in negotiation for 5 years, and we're past contract negotiation. We're into arbitrations and stuff like that. So we're going to get hit on those things. I don't know if that was a no scratch or a no, that's not true, but the fact is that there is a lot of things that we don't know budget-wise. How can you run a city when you have no basis, no starting point to work for the budget? Well, that brings us back to something even more basic. The most important job in the city, under our method of government, is a business administrator. That's the professional who actually runs the business. He's the CEO of the city. He's the one that looks at the paperwork coming in from the finance department, from the various departments, and looks at it and is tracking mistakes, the one that raises the signal, the person that should say, oh, we have an insurance problem here, well, let's call in the people and the department heads and let's figure this thing out. CEO of the company, of the city, the business manager. We have not had a business manager for years. We do not have anybody running this city. It is one of the reasons we can't find any of these salaries, probably. In fact, one of the reasons why we had a judge that fined us $1,000 a day for 9 months that was finally vacated by a friendlier judge was finding out salaries for various people. We spend $250,000 plus another 30% for benefits in City Hall specifically for campaign staff. I don't know what our who's acting business administrator, whatever, whoever it is, this goes back and forth depending upon the legal problem of the day is, but they are not professional business administrators. We have nobody who is being paid specifically for taking care of Orange. We have people who are taking care of other cities that on part-time basis take care of Orange. It's not the same thing. $250,000, and we have no business administrator. So until we get the basics down, until we have somebody that's actually running the city and a budget system that actually you can believe in to start off with, then we're all going crisis back and forth. You spent most of this evening doing stuff that should have been done by the business administrator and by the finance department, working with the insurance stuff. That's not your job. You're getting beat up on stuff that is not your responsibility. So please, let's go back to basics. Let's get a budget system going in. The last thing I'd like to say is about the resolution for transfer of appropriations. I've mentioned this many times and mentioned it last year. If you have the paperwork that shows what specific transfers, fine, I'd be willing to look at that, and as a budget committee member or as a citizen, I'd say, okay, that makes sense. That this is what all cities do, is they transfer bits of money at the end of the year for various accounts. That's not the situation we have here. We have a situation where the budget has been totally ignored. We have monies that are being transferred to cover up the fact that the budget has been ignored. And when you vote for that 341-214, when you vote for that, that's a home free pass. That means that you agreed with everything to do with the administration's thinking how the budget should run and how they should run things, and nothing to do with the budget that you voted for, that you worked on, that everybody worked on. That is just saying we might as well go home, might as well not be here, might as well not have a budget process. So please, don't vote for that. I can't tell you what parts are good or not because, again, I have no paperwork. I haven't seen any of that stuff. It's a secret. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Caitlin Gordon.
Good evening, Kathleen Gordon, 211 Park Place. I'm going to stay with resolutions, today's more mundane issues. People before me represented very well the big issues. Responding to this insurance question here, I have to tell you, it did not make me feel very secure when I heard the insurance broker to the question whether should we use the state health insurance benefit plan or should we look at what is happening. He spent not 20 seconds to talk about the state insurance health plan, health benefit plan. He seemed to be, to me, a simple salesman for the Express Scripts. I don't know if you got the same impression or not. Of course, Express Scripts is a company that represents itself as best as it could. So, the broker is supposedly working for us, selecting the best deal, and he did not represent that very well. As far as resolutions are concerned, I am really sorry that the mayor just stepped out, because there are again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 engineering contracts today, and I have been talking about for 2 meetings non-stop about how uncomfortable I am, and I think you should be uncomfortable that these engineering contracts are not having starting points, end points. Nothing is built in that would prevent a debacle. Most contracts are done well, no debacle, but because we experienced this with SCAFAR, and we even saw that with Resolution 299 2014, just 2 meetings ago, that it was a small potatoes kind of issue compared to SCAFAR, but pointing to the same issues that something comes in between, and the city is not prepared and just paying for jobs not finished. This is for resolutions. So those resolutions that go under this umbrella is 322 that was taken out, 330, 331, 336, 337, and 338. All lacking starting point, end point, and any kind of trigger for starting and ending. And I will be just very short. I want to point out to you, Council President, that I am not getting responses for have to go back over and over to questions that I placed before, and I have not gotten answer for. I asked about Colgate Park, if we can discuss the swimming pool situation there. I asked about the master plan hearing, no response there. I mentioned the link of YouTube page on the council page. I noticed that it has not happened. You did not respond to that. I know that you sent out emails, but emails come and emails go. Email addresses change. Once this once this link is on your page, it is always there, always can be found. I asked last time also about if the public, we who submit operas, could get also a review of the monthly opera list that you once a month give out to the council people, to yourself, and I have not gotten any response to that. I asked about any interest in researching possible water system grants. Mr. Mays did respond to that he didn't hear it when I mentioned it, so he is not interested in looking into it. That's a kind of a remarkable statement. Just to make sure that you know, I actually was in contact with Mr. Mobley. He asked me where my information came from, and I did provide it to him, that this department does not communicate with each other. It cannot be really my fault. That's that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Lori Stewart.
Gloria Stewart, a resident of Orange. And I'm going to say I'm just so happy to see my mayor sitting where he should be at East. And I thank you for that. I really do. It was just unbelievable. But thank you. Now, while I still have your attention, I want to just drive home this point. And you may know what I'm going to say. The broadcasting of this council meeting needs to take place. And I want to just go, I know we have this young man that's going to put it on YouTube, but it's not the same where I could go to my TV and flip the knob and get channel 35. And also, when you have that, and in the past, I think the school worked with you so that they were able to do that. We no longer have that access. Wherein if you want to make certain announcements, you know, just from the city, things that you want to do, you could put it on channel 35. It's so much easier. And then in that same vein, I want to just say, now, I know you have someone there that's supposed to be doing the job. But if we don't have the job being done, then we need another route to take. And that's just food for thought. I know you're the professionals, and I'm just the little person that's, you know, on the bottom of the totem pole. And I hope, Mayor, that we can get this done in terms of the televising. And I can remember when it was done before. And if they could do it, and with the technology that we have now, why not? I'm going to move on, and I want to say, and I'm just going to go back, and I know Mr. Mapp, he wasn't here last time, but I just want to get back to the conflict of being in his position and being our director of finance. To me, I believe it's a conflict, because if he's in another city, then I don't want Orange, you're not saying that his city isn't run differently or the same, but it just makes me wonder in terms of being in his position. And then the question he raised, would it be a conflict for a council person to be on the Board of Ed, or some statement he made? That was a scenario compared to what was raised by me, being the mayor of another city and doing our financial business. I think it's a conflict. And to go back to the same scenario as the school board, now I don't know if in his city he appoints them, but we are an appointed school board. That's just to give you a little feedback in terms of a conflict of interest. And that's one of the reasons I'm looking at that. And it just kind of make me feel not as confident as it was stated in here earlier. How could you be so confident? I want to move on to the water. I have the report here, and it's kind of scary when you read important information about your drinking water. And then United explained about not even analyzing the water in the year 2013, but they can't guarantee that it is as safe as it should be. And I was listening to, I think it was the superintendent from this school talking about the pipes is something that they had to replace. And you know what I always said, that the water is so bad, it eats our pipes. So we need to like sort of work on that. Moving to another concern, and I'm talking about services from, as a member of the community, public service. And I have to say that I was able to get some results by speaking to Council President when our lights went off. 3 times in 90 days, we've lost power. And then that moves me to the next concern, housing authority. They are building public service. I guess they weren't able to do their presentation today. I thought I had missed it on the agenda. They were supposed to give a presentation, I guess, on the status of things as it related to their services. But I'm going to housing authority because there's a lot of building going on, and I understand that they're going to be building more. And this brings me to the question that I had sort of forgotten that I wanted to ask Councilperson Johnson as it relates to the housing authority and the workers that they have on site. One of the things that we had asked, not we, I'm going to go back to the council, was that you have representation of workers from our community, grassroots people. Do we have that? And I'm putting that out there for you, since you, well, this shouldn't have anything to do with your report that you're going to be given next meeting, because the this is taking place ongoing with the workers being from the community. Then I'm going to move to the library. I want to thank Councilperson Summers Johnson. I got it right that time. I want to just say I'm pleased that you're having an hour meeting for your community, even though I'm not part of the South Ward, but I'm part of the same boat, Orange. But I think it's a nice goal, and you can get the pulse of what's going on in your ward. And I just want to say, keep up the good work. And the other thing is, with the students that you bring, that's wonderful. And it was just a good feeling to see the young men here and their goals and all the nice accolades that were given to them. And I just say, keep that up. And then I'm going to look for your report on the library coming up. So I appreciate that. I wanted to share that with you. I want to go to speed humps and the crosswalks. Now, I don't think I understand quite. I know what a crosswalk is, but you're losing voting to take away parking that's close to the crosswalk. And I guess one of my concerns is we're giving, I guess, handicap parking, and I'm not taking that away from anyone, because I probably could use one myself right about now. But I'm just saying, when you are giving away a handicap park, and on the other hand, you're taking away parking, because if I'm understanding it correctly, people are not going to be able to park near a crosswalk, and maybe someone will explain it to me. And I don't know if it's in an engineering perspective to make it clear why it is necessary. If so, I would like to understand it, because you're taking away parks, especially in my neighborhood, Oakwood Avenue. I want to touch base with the $11 million for the school budget. I can remember for at least 15 to 16 years, and I don't know if it's the same thing, but I'm thinking it is, that the board did not levy an increase in the monies that they expected from the city. It was always like 8-point-some million dollars for at least 16 years, close to it. So they're increasing now, and I did go and ask questions as it related to what their plans were and some of the things that need to be done in our school system. Give you an example, no one said it, but did you not know that the playground at Hayward Avenue was vandalized? I'm sure you know. So it's been since September. The children are not even able to use that. So my understanding that was part, put in play to be used to help our school. Then you have the portables in certain schools. They were given by this a loan to the district by the state. So we need to do some upgrading when it comes to our facilities. You're bringing in new housing with the housing authority surrounded. You're bringing in other things for the city. Why not improve the look of our school? I have been on some of the committees that attended the SDA in Trenton to try to get them to do some of the things that they need to do. One of them was Cleveland. So my understanding that they're working toward that, and it will take place, and maybe we have to wait until the shovel is actually put in the ground. But that's just a feeling of hope that it will take place. I'm going to ask one more thing, and I guess why the mayor is here. In terms of our BA, when will we have one here? I've been coming to meetings since way back, I think, before Brown was mayor. We always had a BA, and I'm not taking anything from Marty. I love Marty. Marty has a different kind of position, I understand, and he's doing this too. But if he had his own, where he was just taken care of as being director of public works, maybe it would be, and I'm not saying that it's not running smoothly, but I just think that we should have a BA, and I know that's a decision that needs to come from the mayor, and that's why I'm happy that you are here to put someone in that seat that can manage our finances. And I'm not saying that Marty isn't, but we need a BA. And I just want to put that to the mayor, my mayor, that I voted for. And there are certain expectations that I humbly have of my mayor. All right? And one, please bring back the broadcast. All right? I'm gonna leave this up to President.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stewart.
That's okay. But I mean, you see, you didn't even have to call me down and remind me that my time was gone.
No, that's okay. But I got you written down. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to wait for my responses.
Oh, I'm going to give everybody a response.
And would it be out of order to ask the mayor if he would respond as it relates to the
I'm going to have the mayor respond after everybody.
Okay, all right.
Respond.
Now, don't wait too long because my memory sort of slips away. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Ms. Stewart. I'm starting backwards, going forward. I was distracted, but I will say, Mayor, you can. I'll let you address the $11 million school bond and the public hearing that was held, and this is kind of just saying that the council is in support of. It's not. It's an action that the public hearing never.
With respect to the $11 million school bond, the process is actually that there be a meeting of the Board of School Estimate, which is a separate body, happens at the Board of Education. That body was provided with a presentation from our superintendent to justify each and every item and the costs that he set forth in the bond. After receiving the presentation, it was done in public. The public was allowed to comment. All the items are public documents that everyone can review. And we had a vote, and we voted that the bond should go forward because many of the improvements that are being made are quite necessary throughout the city of Orange Township. And it really gets quite disturbing when we've heard Jeffrey Fell come up and ask us to delay improvements to our schools that will affect our children in our community. In Short Hills and Millburn, where he lives, their schools are the tops in the country. They have facilities that are tops in the country. They have all types of things that we don't have that are tops in the country. But he leaves Short Hills and Millburn and comes to Orange and tells us that we should wait for improvements for our children. That's not right, and it's not going to happen under my watch. I'm going to fight with Trenton, with the federal government. I'll even fight with Short Hills if necessary to get the resources that our kids need here to learn. They're just as entitled to every other district. You wouldn't find him going into a city council meeting in Millburn and asking them to delay anything for their children. Our children matter just as much as everyone else's, and we're going to get the resources that we need. And before he gets these crazy legal theories that are unsubstantiated and tells it to this city council as if they don't read, as if they don't know how to get their own resources, as if he is their overlord. They can read, they study, they know what they're doing. You don't have to tell them what to do. And to just throw out legal theories that are your own, unjustified, and to tell them that they should listen to spectators at a court hearing instead of encouraging them to read the transcript of the court hearing is insulting, and it shouldn't happen.
Mayor, just a second. Officer, could you just make sure that, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mayor.
So it's just, in your code, in the code of the city, there is decorum on how you address the council. And we should start to enforce addressing the council with respect and dignity, and not as if we're some ignorant people who can't read and can't do our own research.
Going back to,
With respect to the, I'm sorry, I forgot you are president, Madam President. I stand corrected.
you and I, and we discussed talking about public service, the last outage, and meeting with the citizens, meeting with public service and addressing this concern that's happening too frequently. Can you address that?
There have been roving outages with public service. As you drive down, you'll also see roving gas leaks that have to be ventilated while you see the metal cones coming out of the ground. I've met with PSE&G, and they actually have a new person who is dealing with our area and is trying to get himself acclimated. And the biggest things the three things I put before him were the roving outages, and we're going to meet to have a report about why that's happening, where it happens, and what they're doing to correct it. Secondly, the gas main ventilations, how long I'm going to have to put up with that. And then thirdly, I've met with them, with Marty Mays, to find out, to get a standard on repairs to our streets. Many times they'll go dig on our sidewalk or our street, and they won't put it back together properly. They won't have a smooth road. They won't fill it in properly. And so even on Main Street at this point, we have humps in the road where they dug and didn't complete it properly. So those are three areas where we're going to meet with PSE&G and have corrective action plans, because we can't continue to operate that way. I mean, I live in an area where we have roving outages on a regular basis. And they tell me that we're on different switches. Part of Orange is on one switch, part is on another switch. I need to get a comprehensive report from them and a corrective action plan that I'm encouraging them to come to present to the council as well.
Now, because the first meeting in January, Everton,
Yes.
Mr. Scott will transition a new person now.
Yes, he'll introduce the person to us.
Mm-hmm. And you can chime in. Ms. Gordon, you asked specifically about water grants. The city of Newark had applied and received a water grant, and I believe Ms. Gordon wanted to know what if we are going out for grants to in regard to our water supply, our water infrastructure. I think Ms. Mobley specifically wanted to know what that grant was. We do have Millennium, which is due to come for a report before this council to ensure that in the scope of Orange, what we are available to apply for in terms of our water infrastructure that we're applying for. Take the mic back.
There are some water grants that we don't qualify for because we don't have an actual water facility that feeds water in our particular town. But there are some that we do apply for, and I don't have the list of them, but I know there are 3 that Chris Mobley is actively working on to try to acquire, and one we're trying to do jointly with United Water at this time. And then there are some other, and I don't know whether or not they're real possibilities, but there's some discussions with East Orange about the operation, about how they operate their water, and whether or not there's something that we can jointly apply for from the federal government. I don't know how fruitful that discussion is, or how realistic it is, but in I think the middle of January, we're supposed to get at least a report back on which applications are actually viable, which ones are not viable. And there's also, to your point, the EPA is going to come out with suggested corrective action plans on water testing as well, and that may have some funds tied to it. So I won't really want to have any concrete answers until mid-January, but I will be able to go through the 3 that we're applying for and let you know what's realistic and what isn't.
And specifically, just because North got it doesn't mean that we're entitled to it.
No, that's correct. Because North got it doesn't mean we're entitled to it at all. And a lot of times they do it based on the percentage of usage and whether or not you're a supplier for other municipalities or other entities. And we're neither of those. And so this is a different category than places like Newark or East Orange or places in Passaic County.
Just a second, Mayor, pause. I need a motion to extend.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coley. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Councilman Corbett opposes. Everybody else? The meeting is extended. And other questions that you will be instrumental in answering will be, Ms. Gordon asked a question about having a master plan meeting. We have talked occasionally about having, Mayor Warren, about having ward master plan meetings, about how the city, how different areas would like to see the master plan improve. Most recently, the city council approved for the central redevelopment master plan to have a public meeting, but in terms of what are your plans for a citywide master plan meeting for the different wards and implementation of citizen input?
We don't have one currently scheduled, and Don Mizell, who is our city planner, is awaiting a report from the North Jersey Regional, there's a regional development association that we participated in, that'll give a report based on transportation and highway and bridges report. After that comes, it's going to be appropriate that we begin to meet on our own master plan so that we can contribute our ideas to the regional master plan. So that won't, I don't think the report will be due before February, however.
For 2015?
Correct.
Okay. And also, Ms. Gordon has made comments about Colgate Park and Colgate Playground, I should say. Colgate Playground and the location of the pool, and I guess one would have to go back historically and see why that pool is located kind of at the edge of the block, as opposed to maybe in the center of the Colgate Playground. More recently, we've attempted to, or we have acquired more land, and it could be something of discussion in the future. But our concern, Ms. Gordon's concern, is that the location of Colgate Pool is just not a great location because it sits right at, right at the curb, right at the corner of an intersection, which leads, opens opportunity for negative things to happen. But it's been there for a while, and I believe, because it's been there as long as I was a kid that the forefathers of our community, their goal at one point was probably to have a playground in every ward, and now time has evolved and the neighborhoods have changed. But she's specifically speaks about Colgate and how that pool sits.
I think we're able to get the records on how we carved the park out. But I just remember a brief conversation that the pool didn't exist first, and the land where the pool was, I don't know that we owned it at first, so the park was there first, and then as we acquired the land, the pool came. But I can get the information, and certainly if we push it in the back of the park, someone's going to ask, why is it in the back of the park instead of in the front of the park? But I will find the information out. And they are doing some expansion, removing old contaminated dirt, soil, and replacing it with clean soil, which is where you see the construction as part of the park. But I think we can get the information. We should have the archive of the first layout of the park, and I'll check with Don Mizell to see if we can get that.
And specifically for the council, Ms. Gordon, you asked that links be put on the council's page. The administration, the council doesn't per se have a page. The administration controls the website, and we submit to the administration what we want on the website. And we can continue to have conversations with the administration about, for instance, the YouTube page, the YouTube web address being a link to the council's website. We can talk to the administration about that. But the council does not have that control over the website. That's an administration function. Regarding the Oprah list, there is a list that's giving out, Mayor Warren, and this is not the one previously given. I'll give it to you now. I asked City Attorney Dan Smith to get back to me because the previous list had everybody's name on there and what their request was, and I wanted Dan to see if we can identify Jane Doe with #1. So people, because everybody that comes into the city council to the city council meeting doesn't know that this will be available for public. So I wanted to know if it was okay to give it out so everybody is answering. So I'm just waiting for Attorney Smith to get back to me with that regarding the Oprah list. Express Square. Did I answer everybody's questions? I hope I did. Did you have something on your list?
On the DA issue, it's a legal matter that's still pending litigation. If I had Dan here, I'd ask him what I could say. But by next meeting, I'll have a statement that'll satisfy both the legal requirement and be able to give you information.
You gonna be here next meeting?
Because I'll be here next meeting. You deserve a Christmas gift and a New Year's gift. So
Yeah. And did you have anything other than that outstanding?
I don't.
Local access
Oh, the
channel.
local access.
Broadcast. I've read a draft of the bidding package that will address the broadcast needs, that will have all the equipment that we need and be able to broadcast now. The equipment that we have, well, it's not ours, but the equipment that we were using has been taken back by the user. Once we put the bid out and people come, reply to the bid, supplies with what we need, we'll have all the broadcasting capabilities that we need. That's it.
Okay.
That's my meeting.
And that motion to close citizen comments?
Motion.
Second.
Some motion.
Yeah, whatever.
Wait. Before I take that motion, Councilwoman Easton, did you? A motion by Councilwoman Summers Johnson, second by Councilman Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're going to move the agenda, but before we go to the next part of the agenda, I'm going to we're going to executive session because we have city council attorney here that has to address the city council. And that will be by the way of Rob Tarver, and that will be to update the city council, as he just stated, as the mayor stated, legal matters that are pending and upcoming. So, I need a motion to enter into executive session.
Move.
Second.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'll entertain from the public.
He said,
Yes?
how long do you think it will be?
I think about 15, 20 minutes. I'm sorry, motion by Councilman Coley,
Second.
second by Councilman Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Y'all are so enthused. Okay,
15 minutes.
the
I'm
motion
timing.
carries. I need the camera to stop.
Everybody hit your stop.
We're now back into our regular session. Thank you for your patience. We're up to council comments. Councilman Corbett,
I don't have any comments. It's too late.
Councilwoman Neeson.
Good morning, Mayor. Did he leave?
Did Dr. Mays leave?
I didn't see him out there, but the
You want to
big
come back
wigs
to
are holding.
Councilwoman Neeson?
Huh?
Big wigs are holding court out there.
Yeah, come back to me. I need to ask him a question.
Okay, Councilman Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
council comments.
Oh, no council comments.
Councilwoman Ron Butler,
Pass.
is Director Mays out there?
That's all right. The mayor can answer.
Okay. Councilwoman Easton?
Two questions.
Oh, okay.
Code inspector. Did you hire someone to replace Curtis Webb?
Yes.
And what type of certifications do they have?
I can't tell you offhand, but they have all that's required to do zoning and inspections.
So they certified?
Yes.
And could we find out the name of that? Could you send us an email to the name of that person and what area he's going to be covering?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand our community services director is on leave.
Yes, ma'am.
You hired a new person?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she being paid while she's on leave?
No.
So you don't expect her to come back then? So you didn't leave the spot open?
I don't know what her plan is.
So you're not holding a job?
No.
Okay. Could we also get email as to who that person is
Yes, ma'am.
and a phone number?
Yes. But she wants an email introducing it to everybody.
Council President.
Councilwoman Easton still on. Are you finished, Councilwoman Easton? That's it? I'm sorry. Councilman Johnson?
Can I get a mulligan on that? That's a do-over. When you ask me about council comments.
You know what?
Okay, thank you. I just want to put on the record, finishing out the fiscal year 2014. I'm appalled to have to be involved in the end of the budget process and the way the books are shaped out for. I'm not really comfortable at all. But I'm going to keep my decorum and be a gentleman. But the hair in the back of my neck is standing up in what we had to deal with the last 6 months.
That's it? That's it?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
And did anybody else want to recall or say anything? Councilman Cole?
I just have one. This is for Mr. Mapp. The budget checklist. This is the fourth meeting that I've been asking to get the new budget going, and the last three meetings, the budget was in, I guess, at the point where that the Director of Finance was just waiting for the budgets from the different directors. And this is the fourth meeting that I've been asking about the status of the upcoming budget. And Mr. Mapp, is it because you didn't get the budgets from the directors again?
Repeat the question, please.
This is same question as last meeting. The status of the budget checklist.
Well, if you're talking about the budget checklist, you requested that months ago, and I provided that to you.
As far as where we are with the 2015 budget,
it's being worked on.
All right. So did all the directors submit their budgets to you?
Not everyone.
Are you asking them, or are you just letting them submit it whenever they feel like it? Because to me, it sounds like either one is insubordination, or two, they're just saying, I do what I want to do.
We have requested all information that's needed.
Is there a cutoff when? Now, you wasn't here the last meeting. I think the CFO was here, and she gave me the same comment that you just gave me, that they didn't get the budgets from the directors, and at some point in time they would just fill in the budgets if they didn't get the budget from the directors.
We still stand by that. We will have a budget done. A budget cannot be done until the year is closed, until the annual financial statement is completed, until first the annual debt statement has to be done, then the annual financial statement. So we cannot have a budget until that process is completed. So even if we had all of the budgets from all of the departments,
which you don't have,
it doesn't mean that you would have a budget.
That piece I understand, but I'm just moving along as far as where we are with
we are working on it. We are working on the budget.
Okay.
The process continues, and we are doing everything we can to introduce the budget by the statutory due date, and we will continue to work in that direction.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before
Councilwoman Neeson?
Before he leaves, this is another duel. Mr. Mapp, quick question. Who authorized the monies to subsidize the Wyde's payroll? And
I don't understand what you mean.
I mean, did you know we were subsidizing the Wyde as part of our payroll?
No, I am not aware that we were subsidizing the Y.
So what were we doing?
Well, if that's your terminology, that's not mine.
Well, use the right terminology. What are we doing?
We discussed previously that there were some individuals that participated in some programs between the Y and the city who were paid from city dollars. I don't call that a subsidy.
Well, that's not what the trustee said. The other question is, and as a follow-up to that, he also stated that we were going to start again, what, $1,000 a week, every 2 weeks?
Councilwoman Eason, I just want you to be careful that you're not bringing executive.
Well, let me rephrase
okay.
that. Is there a plan to continue to, what was your terminology?
It was yours, not mine.
No, you just made your statement. What was your terminology? I want to use the same terminology you did. What was your terminology that you used?
I'm not sure. I responded.
You don't
I
remember
indicated
what you
to
just
you.
said?
I indicated to you
Go ahead.
that I don't subscribe to the term that you use. I said that there was some interaction program between the Y and the city.
Is that going to continue?
That's not something that I'm responsible for.
Well, answer me. Mayor, do you plan for that to continue? Whatever terminology you guys are using, do you plan that to continue?
Well, individuals who work for the Y were hired by the city. And just, excuse me, just as we hire any person that does programs or people who we hire in the summer, those people from the Y were hired in the same fashion. And they worked for the city, and they worked for the city on a program that was done at the Y jointly with the city, the Y, and the Board of Education, where we had an all-day camp and educational program for our students that happened out of Lincoln Avenue School. I hope to continue the after-school and summer program that we had, similar to what we had last summer.
And that was not part of what we budgeted. That wasn't in our budget. There was no indication that the city was going to do that. So I guess my other question is, how do we do that without coming through the council? Because that was never part of what we agreed upon. And the other question, and then I'm gonna move on. If we can afford to do things of that nature, but yet we can't find $8,000 to $9,000 to do the program in the evening for our children. What is that called?
6 to 9.
6 to 9. But we can find money to do everything, but we can't invest money in the children of Orange. So I want to know, if that money you're using to do whatever you're doing at the Y, why couldn't we have used that money to do the 6 to 9 for the residents or the children, to get them off of the street so they have something to do? Right now that program is closed. So the other question is, when do we intend to open that up? All we need, I mean, I can look at the bill list and tell you a couple of things that we didn't have to spend money on, that we could put that money together, and we could have had the $8,000 to $9,000 that we needed. The people that were doing that program are willing to volunteer, so there's no money for personnel. So why can't we open up 6 to 9?
We will open it, and I worked with the volunteers who did work with the city and the Board of Education to have a school open, to have the volunteers there. Supplies would not be a problem. I believe the only issue that the Board of Education had, and they could resolve that issue, was the custodian and the staff to close the school up. And then prior to that, in the summertime, the Board of Education, in lieu of doing a summer program, they did a teach-in for their teachers at school. It freed up about $50,000 of their funds to run a summer program.
So can we start that in January?
Absolutely.
Because according to the superintendent, getting the school open is no issue.
Right, getting the school
the program done.
Right, that's the only thing that we wouldn't control, is the opening of the school and the.
I'm gonna hold you to that. January.
You'll come to one of our dodgeball games.
You always say that. Y'all have the meeting that don't invite anybody. I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm done.
Not for adults.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes. Just want to have on the record again that tomorrow is my South Ward meeting. It was posted in the Orange transcript. It was emailed out to the residents that came to the last meeting. There were signs put up and removed by some angry residents, I guess. But it was up long enough for the residents to see it and mark it, so that's good. I actually had a resident call today because she was upset that they were taken down, but that's another issue. That also opens up my issue to, as a teacher in Newark, weekly I send home flyers from the council person of the ward of the school that I teach at, and it burns me up because here I am teaching in a school district where they understand that you must have communication with the council person and the school in order to get the parents out, but I was unable to send my flyers for the meeting home with the students. But that's another issue, and hopefully we'll work on that because it's ample opportunity to get the parents involved. Many people don't read the transcript. Many people don't read the transcript. Some people are not on Facebook, and they may not have an email address. So by sending it home with the students, for me, it would be Forest Street and Haywood. That would give me an opportunity to have more people there. But again, that's something we'll work on. The meeting is from 6 to 7 tomorrow at Haywood Avenue School. And then at 7 o'clock, I have a nonprofit organization, Lighthouse Social Services, will be giving out 80 toys, 40 to Haywood Avenue students and 40 to Forest Street school students. And I obtained the names of the students through the social workers at both schools. So they'll get gifts tomorrow at 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Council President, I've changed my mind.
Councilman Corbett?
To the clerk's office, You guys were in violation of our ordinance in terms of having our packages ready for pickup, I think at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock. What time is it supposed to be ready for pickup?
Usually 3,
3 o'clock?
right? Pick up.
The packages.
Council President packet pickups. Well, we usually say 3 o'clock. Usually 3 o'clock.
Well, you guys were in violation. I want to know why.
Maggie? Answer.
Councilman Corbett, I'll answer it. At the latter part of the meeting, at the latter part of the day, through Ms. O'Meara, who generally works on the packages, we will finish the package by 1 o'clock. This council has brought forth that they generally don't want any walk-ons on, and I try very hard to prevent walk-ons from happening. Councilwoman Eason had a very relevant resolution to come on, and I had to research it, the one regarding the Housing Authority Councilwoman.
I gave that to them last week. Not
The
Friday.
packages is last week.
I gave that to Madeline.
We're talking about Friday.
Friday. It came in Friday, and I had to do the research, and we going back and forth. But
I already did the research when I
Councilwoman-
gave it to her.
Councilwoman Eason, as a council
Right,
president,
right.
Councilwoman Eason, as council president, it's incumbent upon me to make sure what you're putting forth is as I do with the administration, is complying with everything. So everything was done, I believe, around 1:20, and we were going back and forth, and there was a lag of me communicating with the legislative research officer and the housing authority to ensure that the resolution that you were bringing forth was done in the proper way. And unfortunately, I didn't get in contact with the legislative research officer until after hours, and just as I suppose, all components was not communicated to him, which resulted in a possible walk-on tonight. But it was the hopes that I want to say by 11:30, me and Ms. O'Meara had finished everything, and we were ready to go. And then that one came in. We tried to include it into the package so it would not be a walk-on. But Councilman Corbett, since you brought up this, I want to just, Mayor, while you're sitting here, we leave here today, and it starts the process for the next meeting. The next meeting, with the agenda deadline being the Wednesday prior to the meeting. And generally, which means there could be a flow of information up until the Wednesday 12 noon prior to the meeting. And what happens is that the administration does not submit their agenda items until Wednesday 12 noon. So which gives everything, so nothing comes to the council, to the clerk's office Tuesday, Monday, tomorrow, and it's something that I have consistently asked of the administration, as you know, the items are going on the agenda list to submit them to the clerk's office, so it can be a work in progress. But consistently, the agenda items get to the clerk's office on Wednesday, 12 noon, 12:05, 1 o'clock, prior to the council meeting. At that point, Ms. O'Meara and I go through the package, and we ensure, and Madeline and Ms. Smith as well, to ensure that everything in that package is attached, meaning if it's a contract, that that the contract is there, that the pay to play is there, that all those documents are there. So while there is almost 11, 12 days between a meeting, the time we have to work on the agenda is probably 24 to 36 hours. And sometimes it's going back and forth to the different departments to say, the pay to plate is missing, the contract is missing, this is missing, and going back. But in this case, Councilwoman Eason, everything was completed, and that agenda item from, I mean, he's asked, but that agenda item regarding the Housing Authority, and at the same time, I contacted the liaisons, Harold Johnson and Councilman Coley, to ask them to have a conversation as well with the Housing Authority to ensure that that everything was going on, because the communication did not come through me. So yes, and I believe that was the last. Was that the last one that came in?
Last email that came in was 422.
No, I'm saying was the last one regarding that resolution, that specific resolution.
That specific resolution.
Nothing else came in afterward, I think. And then also transfer. I think that was it. The last.
If I may.
Yes.
Wednesday at 12 o'clock or at 5 of 12, we had 17 or 18
Right.
resolutions.
Okay.
By Friday at 4:22, we had 5 additional resolutions that had come in after, which technically, according
22.
to our code, should have been a walk-on.
Right. And in
So
trying,
we were here until 6:15 because of the lateness of these items.
but so 17 came in, which we were able to vet and everything, and then 5 came in between that, after that 12 o'clock period, and therefore, so, and then going
Council
back
President?
and vetting them. So that was. I'm sorry.
I have a
Councilman.
question.
Yeah.
Can we just sum it up by saying, going forward, we'll try not to do that again? I mean,
Well, I want to say that
We-
Councilwoman Summers Johnson, but what I can consistently say that I have asked the administration that, again, just as I have stated to the mayor, that that's the time. I'm sorry. That 12 o'clock noon is not the submission date, it's the deadline date. So if we leave it out of here tomorrow and we know that items have to be submitted for the next January meeting, people can submit them tomorrow. But for whatever reason, I'm not sure that the mayor knows that everything is submitted on that Wednesday.
but my
prior.
question is what Councilwoman Eason was saying, that she turned something in, so even if she turned it in and research had to be done on it, and that still wasn't put on, you know what I'm saying? So just going forward, if she turned it in at the correct time, doesn't the research have to be done in enough time to get it on, or am I mistaken?
Well, you're absolutely right, and Deputy Clerk Smith
There was no
wanted
research to
and
be done. I
Jo-
did it all. I did all the research. So let's just be clear here.
Councilwoman
I did
Eason,
all-
Councilwoman
There was no
Eason,
research
Councilwoman
to be done.
Eason, Councilwoman
It was just a
Eason,
matter of
Councilwoman
rescinding
Eason.
something that we made an error.
Councilwoman
which should have
Eason.
been caught before we put it on the agenda in the first place.
And Councilwoman Eason, and that's what we're trying to catch before we put it on the agenda, but that's what, that, and.
So
and-
going
and to be-
forward,
and-
we'll
and-
double check that
Yeah.
no mistakes were made so that it can be on the agenda.
And no, and I want to
That's
state
all.
to you,
That's
and I
all.
want to state to you that the clerk, Deputy Clerk Smith, did say to me that let it be a walk-on, and I said we're still working on the agenda, rather than have to come here and have a walk-on to prevent that. We were trying to do the research at that point, so we were trying to make it so you can have it researched over the weekend, as opposed to have to get here and research it that night. And then there was a lag in talking to the legislative research officer as well.
So, Ms. Smith, are we paying overtime for that? You guys left at 6:15. Are we paying some of the workers overtime?
I offered to give Ms. Hamir overtime. She said she didn't need it. I did give Ms. Thomas
let me,
overtime.
And let
for
me
that.
just be clear about Ms. Smith and Councilman Corbett. Personnel issues are to be dealt with in personnel forum and not here at a council meeting.
Okay, well, let me say this. I've heard all the excuses. The excuses don't hold water. There is an ordinance that is on the books that specifically says what time the agenda items are to be in the clerk's office and what time our packages are to be ready. Bottom line is we are in violation of the law. Excuses don't hold up. So that's unacceptable. I don't want to have my package picked up on a Saturday morning, late Saturday morning, or Saturday period. I want it, as the law says, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, period.
And going forward, that's what you will have.
I certainly hope so. There's an item on the agenda that was discussed about the transfer of appropriations. I stated in the previous meeting that I am in favor of this appropriation, and the reason being is that we've heard the Business owners come to this council meeting complaining about these high taxes. We hear the residents all the time complaining about the high taxes. If we don't move this money, we would have to raise this money through taxation. Now, I understand that some departments did go over budget, but to penalize the administration by putting the burden on the taxpayers is wrong. It's wrong. If you want to penalize the administration for going over budget in certain departments, I think you need to find another way. It's not fair to put that on the taxpayers. It's just not. I don't know what other means we can travel to offset this, but I don't want to see the taxpayers suffer any more than what they have to. You have business owners talking about leaving Orange because they can't afford to pay taxes. You have homeowners who are walking away from their properties because they just can't afford them. At what point in time do we do something to try to save taxpayers? Yes, it is true.
Councilwoman,
Yeah, what, that people are walking on their
Councilman
homes?
Corbett, and Councilman, please address.
And finally, we have, seen a lot of folks rallying behind the police killings of our young black men. We have seen rallies, we have seen violence, we have seen folks destroy their own neighborhoods behind police killing our young black men. The same things happen when there is a white person that does the same thing to a black person, meaning a white person kills a black person. People get outraged and they get tired of it. The thing that concerns me, and I've said this on Thursday when I had an audience to speak to, I said it on Saturday when I had an audience to speak to, and I'll say it as long as I have an audience to say it too. I'm disappointed in it because the fact that all these things are good to express yourself. You have pro athletes who are in support, LeBron James, Derrick Rose, guys and teams wearing T-shirts in support of the movements that's going on across the country. You had marches on Washington, all about police killing on young black men. But at what point in time do we have that same rage and same anger with black on black crime? It just doesn't happen. So at some point in time, the black population is going to have to get just as outraged about black people killing black people as they are about cops killing black men, and as they get upset about white people killing black people. We as black people had to stop all of this, and we get upset because somebody kills us, period. Let's not pick and choose what we're going to get angry at and outraged at. Let's get outraged because you're sitting on your porch and somebody rides by and take your life innocently. At what point in time do we do that? Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. All council members heard. I'll pick up right where Councilman Corbett left off at. I've been, I don't want to say encouraged, but enthused by the amount of protests that are going on throughout the United States and abroad regarding recent decisions that have come out about rulings in various parts of our country as a result of crimes that have happened in our country. And sometimes different things happen and a bright light is not shown on it until one single action that is just the perfect time and a perfect situation that shines a light on everything. And so as discouraging as what has brought us to all of these protests, whether it's in Ferguson, New York City, recently in Cleveland, Ohio, and then you just have it on the opposite end, and a protest where protesters took out their frustration on police officers. I think it brings to the table a discussion that we have to do things different. A great model is the civil rights era, and people tend to champion civil rights era because nonviolent action and coming together in diverse ways to address the situation at hand has brought attention and has brought about change. One of the stories that sticks out to me, and want to say maybe it's the BET Awards or what is Black Women Rock, when they gave a young sister from Chicago last year, I think her name was Amina, an award. Now, Amina has been doing work in Chicago for a long time. Her father was a gang member, and it had the complete opposite effect on her, that she went out into the streets of Chicago and she began to talk to the young people who were killing each other and telling them to stop the killing, and make them realize that killing each other is not the solution. So oftentimes it's not the big things that it's not the big choices or the big things that make a difference, but it's the little, each one reach one, that makes a difference. And little things that you do individually, by helping your next door neighbor, saying hi, putting a quarter in the meter, and as the term we have it now, pay it forward. Those little things do make a difference. So I was very, very discouraged by the panel that Mayor Giuliani was on. And he sought not to bring peace to a situation that was very emotional. But I know a lot of police officers, and I you know, and Councilman Coley, I'm sorry I'll put you out there, but him and I had a conversation early on about tragedies that are going on, and he said, you know, fortunately that's not Orange's problem, because we don't have, our cops tend to talk, our police officers tend to talk to the young people and build relationships and try to mentor them. So in light of what's going on around the country, I say that Orange can be a model, that we do have officers that care about the students that they talk to, the young people in the community they talk to, or the old people in the community. So I ask that we take that light and we shine it bright and show how relationship between law enforcement and our fire department through their outreach can make a difference in the community by just, you know, just talking to people and realizing what the situation is at hand. I also want to send my condolences to the Parks family, specifically Percy Parks, whose mom passed. She lived in the Valley. She was a matriarch in Parks family who lived in Orange. Is a large family that Deshaun, that just left us, one of our coaches, Parks. One of their matriarchs passed and was funeralized today, so I send my condolences to the Parks family. And last but not least, I send you with, as our last meeting of the year, holiday greetings. You know, holidays, we have a very diverse community, so I'm not saying Merry Xmas, I'm just saying Happy Holidays, because everybody celebrates different holidays during this season between Thanksgiving and New Year's, or right after New Year's. So I wish to the Orange community and beyond a very happy holidays. Clerk, can you move the agenda, please?
Yes, we have ordinance on second reading, 24-2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the city of Orange Township, chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, section 200-52-1, handicap parking spaces, 576 Forest Street, apartment number 1 on the south side. Need a motion?
Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard?
Motion to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7 yeas, no yeas.
Motion to adopt on final reading.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well.
Ordinances on introduction, first reading, 25-2014, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-40, Schedule 9, stop intersection, four-way stop, Nassau Street and South Jefferson Street.
Motion to adopt on first reading.
Motion by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. On the motion, seeing no roll call, Councilman Coley,
In favor?
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
In favor.
And I am in favor as well.
Motion passes, 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance 26, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-32, prohibiting parking on Oakwood Avenue between crosswalks.
Motion to adopt on first reading.
Motion by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. On the motion, seeing no roll call, Councilman Coley,
In favor?
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
In favor.
And I am in favor as well.
Motion passes. We'll have a public hearing on that.
Keep going with it.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Ordinance 27, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-32, prohibiting parking on Carteret Place and Carteret Terrace between crosswalks.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson. On the motion, seeing no roll call, Councilman Coley,
In favor?
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
In favor.
And I am in favor as well.
Motion passes, 7 yeas. Ordinance number 28, 2014, an ordinance to amend the code of City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-52.1, mid-block crosswalks, Carteret Place and Carteret Terrace.
Motion to adopt.
I'm sorry, you got that one about two.
Say again?
2052.1.1.
I got 200-52.2.
Okay, okay.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by
Second.
Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. On the motion? On the motion? Seeing none, roll call, Councilman Coley,
In favor?
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
and I am in favor as well.
Motion passes, 7 yeas. Oh, thanks. There'll be a public hearing on those ordinances January 6, 2015. That'll be our next meeting, council meeting.
I need a motion to suspend the rules, walk on 4 resolutions. And they will
Move.
be, wait, let me tell you,
Not yet.
you don't, does anybody have everybody have the resolutions?
Let me see.
It will be 343, 344, 345, and 346.
Well,
Well, then that's marked. You wanna give me the number?
343 will be a resolution reserving funds for salary settlements. That would be 343. 344, tell me when a resolution for the transfer appropriations will be 344. 343, that's 343.
that's 344. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's 343 is salary settlements. 344 is a transfer of appropriations. 345 is a resolution to cancel 2014 current fund budget appropriation balances. And 346 is a resolution amending Resolution 298, 2014, appointing Dennis Motley as a Board of Directors of the Orange Housing Development Corporation. Does everybody have all 4 of those? Yes, in that order. Okay. A motion to suspend the rules and to add them to the consent agenda.
Move.
Second.
I'm sorry, moved by
Mr. Johnson.
Councilman Johnson, second by
Summers Johnson.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? They're now added to the consent agenda. Council members? Okay, now you want to read the statement.
Okay, you got it?
Here.
Oh, I found it. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay. All items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the City Council and be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda.
Council members, I want to recall 322-2014 was removed by the administration. 322 was removed.
342. No,
And 342 was removed because it did not have all the documents attached. So 322 and 342.
Okay, so what will be on the...
Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
That those two are removed, 322 and 342. And
Yes, and then 342?
322 and 342 are removed. Okay, so council members, I'll take what numbers that you would like to have in consideration that those added to the resolution, added to the consent agenda. Which, Councilman Coley, do you want any removed?
330,
330.
332, that's it.
Councilman Corbett?
None.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
None.
None. Councilwoman Eason?
341?
341?
We have a replacement for that, right?
No, you're gonna vote that up or, yeah, you're right, 341. So we will have to vote on it separately, vote it up or down. Any other one, Councilwoman Eason?
340, just explain, 341, and then we had a replacement that you just put on.
It's separate, it's a different number, so this one will either be voted up or down, and the other one will be voted up or down.
What was the other number?
344.
I want to remove 344.
Which one? Okay, I don't have.
341
Uh-huh.
and 344.
344.
You have to remove them anyway because they need 5 votes.
What about 345? Do you have to remove that one too? That's a
What is on
resolution. That's a resolution to cancel 2014 current fund budget appropriation balances.
So
I
don't
think you
forget
need
the
5
ones
votes
we
for that
added.
too, anyway, don't you? Yeah, those have to be added, but you add
We
them
added
first and
them,
then
so don't
decide.
forget the ones that we added. So you want to remove 341 and 344, Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Corbett, did I need to come back to you?
No.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Johnson?
No, Council President, I just want, no.
No?
No.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
Yes, 336.
336. 336,
335. Oh, wait, was that removed?
335, no, it wasn't.
Okay, 335.
Mhm.
And we did 344 and 345.
We did 344.
345.
You want 345 removed? I'll do it. Okay, so we're getting ready to vote on the consent agenda.
Councilwoman, 346, 20.
Wait.
Remove 346, 2014.
346. 346?
Right.
Okay, so you want to remove 345, 344, 345, and 346?
Right.
Okay.
And 341.
You got that?
We got that one. Okay, so let me just, for the record, let me tell you what's being removed. So 322 and 342 are withdrawn, or taken off the agenda. What's being removed for a separate vote are 330, 332, 335, 336, 341, 344, 345, and 346.
I'm sorry, can you say them again?
The ones that remove for separate vote?
Remove, yes.
I didn't hear you, Councilwoman.
Yes,
Okay. Remove for a separate vote are 330, 332, 335, 336, 340, no, I'm sorry, 341, 344, 345, and 346. Yes, and actually, thanks. Council members, and 340 is withdrawn because of 346, but it's a separate vote. Any questions before we go to the consent agenda, council members?
I do,
Council
Council
President.
President.
Yes, Councilwoman Easton?
Before you do that,
Yes, ma'am.
and just based on the legal opinion from the attorney, 340 is a recension of Dennis Motley as a housing authority. The one that you put together is illegal.
I didn't put together.
Well, whoever did it. We can't appoint anybody until the other guy's term expired. So the original resolution was just a recension of what we had done so we could go back in March and appoint Dennis Motley to a full term. How the one got over saying that what you
Councilwoman Easton, let me just cut to the chase.
I'm just giving you the legal advice.
No,
from the lawyer.
let me cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Legislative Research Officer, did you have a conversation with the attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go to the mic, please? And can you tell me?
Good evening, members of council. Kevin Harris, Legislative Research Officer. Yes, Mr. Wolf and I did discuss the matter, and it was agreed that the resolution amending Resolution 298 was in fact proper and could proceed.
So the amendment, rather than rescission, could proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
298, we're not doing 298.
298 was the original one, Council.
298 was the original
Oh,
resolution.
The one that's rescinding that was on the agenda can proceed, not the one that you did stating that who he was replacing.
No.
Right, Mr. Wolf? Yeah, that's what he said.
Just so the council's aware, upon further reflection, 346 is improper. And so I would ask that, even though I did agree with the legislative council before, upon further reflection, we need to rescind, and then we need to do a resolution at the time that his term expires.
Okay, so
the one on the agenda was correct.
Mr. Wolf is the legal authority for the city.
So for clarification, this council suspended the rules and walked on 346. I'm going to withdraw the adding of 346 and just leave 340 on the agenda. Does that suffice, Mr. Wolf?
That's the one rescinding, just rescinding. Just rescinding.
If it's just rescinding, that's proper.
Okay.
I never said you didn't.
Okay, so again, this council suspended the rules and added multiple resolutions to the agenda. We're going to not add 346 and just leave 340 on the on the agenda? Mr. Wolf, that's sufficient?
That's sufficient.
Okay. Going to the consent, so let me, and just for clarification, 322 is removed withdrawn from the agenda, and 342. And for separate vote is 330, 332, 331, 336, and 341, 344, and 345.
336.
Say that again, Councilwoman Easton?
We never removed 331.
335.
We removed
335.
335, yes, 335, I'm sorry.
335,
335, yes.
341.
You're right, okay. Right. So we're voting on the consent agenda.
Okay.
319, 20-14, 320-14, 321-14, consent agenda. 323, 2014, 324, 2014. 325, 2014, 326, 2014, consent agenda. 327, 2014, 328, 2014, 329, 2014, consent agenda. 331, 2014, 333, 2014, 334, 2014, consent agenda. 337, 2014, 338, 2014, 339, 2014, and 340, 2014. Is there a motion?
What about 343?
And 343, 2014. Thanks, Councilman Corbett.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. All in favor?
On the motion.
There's no other motion on consent agenda,
But
Councilwoman
didn't we
Easton.
remove 320?
What you say?
320 was withdrawn, I
No,
thought.
330 was.
When I
You
marked
said
320.
320 wasn't
I thought
removed.
you withdrew that one.
330.
We removed 322.
Right.
Okay, so we're voting for the consent agenda. Councilwoman Summers Johnson, you cast a vote?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson.
I offered the motion. She's second.
I second.
Councilman
sorry, I second.
Corbett.
It's late, I'm sorry. I
I'm
can't
sorry,
even
that's
think.
okay. Councilman Corbett offered the
on my name.
motion, second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. The consent agenda does carry. Going back to a separate vote. The first one being 330-2014.
Wait, did we vote? We didn't vote on the consent agenda.
We just
We just carried the motion. We didn't vote.
I said all in favor.
Oh,
I said there's no discussion on the motion.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
No.
We didn't say it.
Let me go back. Consent agenda, because Councilwoman Easton said on the motion, there's no
And
discussion.
you said, but we
Okay.
didn't vote.
Okay.
Going back to the consent agenda, I'm going to read the list again. There is no vote, there is no discussion on the motion on the consent agenda. 319, 2014, 320-2014, 321, 2014. Consent agenda, 323, 2014, 324, 2014, 325, 2014, 326, 2014. Consent agenda, 327, 2014, 328, 2014, 329, 2014. Consent agenda, 331, 2014, 333, 2014, 334, 2014. 336, 2014. 337, 2014, 338, 2014, 339, 2014, 340, 2014, and 343, 2014.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Going back to 330-2014, a resolution awarding a contract to Burlow Mechanical 484 South Pine Avenue, South Amboy, New Jersey, 08879, for air conditioning repairs at the Freddie Poe Hill Law and Justice Complex in the amount not to exceed $44,900.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Summers Johnson. On the motion?
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President, to you to Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, is the heating system already fixed?
No, the heating system is not already fixed. There's some work to be done there on the boilers and some other additional work as well. This is just taking care of the air conditioning.
But which they don't need in the wintertime, so why don't they have heat?
Heat we working on now.
So, in anticipation that it will be heating when?
I'm working on the paperwork now to do some additional work to the boiler and some other issues.
So they'll have heat before?
We had a couple small issues where we did do some repairs, maybe about $5,000, less than $5,000. So the heat is working, but they definitely have a situation there with the boiler. We're working on it right now, trying to get it together for the next council meeting.
So they will have heat this
They have
winter?
heat. It won't be total, but there needs to be work done on the boiler at the police building.
Council President, I just have one question.
Councilman Coley.
Maybe I missed it, but is there any reason why the lowest responsible bidder wasn't chosen for this award?
They submit one part. I think it stipulates on it.
Maybe I missed something.
330. I think it was there.
Right, we're at, I'm sorry.
That's resolution 330.
330, the last whereas here?
No, I'm just saying, why wasn't the lowest bidder given the job? Maybe I missed something. I don't know.
Yeah, it says that on that last whereas the aforementioned Burlew Mechanical has furnished the city of Orange Township with the 10% stockholder affidavit in accordance with the Assembly bill and
All right, thank you.
yeah, it talks about what they submitted and
Okay, thank you.
Are any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Neeson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
In favor.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor.
I'm in favor as well. A resolution approving the bill list for council meeting vote on December 16, 2014, dated December 12, 2014, and approving checks issued by the Finance Department in accordance with Ordinance 2-95, $6,596,562.33.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson. On the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
I have just one question.
So you're on the motion, okay.
I apologize, Council President. Page 14.
Yep, got it.
Page 14, I guess towards the bottom, I guess these T-shirts. Did we approve to pay for your T-shirts for that event?
Bill Cosby one?
Yes.
They didn't have to come to us for approval.
Okay.
Your question, Councilman Cole?
So there's money budgeted to just to pay for T-shirts like this?
Director Math? You talking about under recreation?
Yes. The Bill Cosby event staff shirts.
This amount was taken from a trust fund.
Proceeds with a T.
T's at the top.
All right, thank you.
Council President.
Councilwoman Eason?
On page 10, I guess this is for Mr. Why was the senior luncheon so much money?
What, tell me the amounts, Councilwoman Eason.
$4,000. Was that taken from a trust? Mr. Matt?
No, that was taken from the operating budget.
I guess the question, why was it so, well, this was just for catering, right?
All I can tell you is that this was for the senior holiday luncheon.
Just for the caterer?
It was from 5 loaves and 2 fish and 5 loaves, so I would imagine that it was for catering.
Mayor Warren, do you know why that was so much money?
I don't know that that was so much money, but that was the least amount that we put specs together as to how many people, what the venue was, and that was the lowest bid that we received.
How many?
And I think there were four proposals that were forwarded.
You know how many seniors showed up?
Whoa. I don't know the exact number. I'm thinking it was close to 350. It was at the reservoir site at the Orange's property in West Orange.
Was it the Elks Club?
Was this the?
Was it the holiday party at the holiday party?
I'm sorry, it was a holiday party.
I was gonna say not the reservoir.
No.
I know y'all were out at
No, I
the
thought this. I
reservoir.
thought you even did senior. Yeah, this is the luncheon at the Elk. Same amount of people though.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Council President, is it this time that I recuse myself because a couple of my customers are on the bill list?
Yes. You want to recuse yourself?
From the vote, yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Roll call, Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson is recusing himself. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Not in favor.
Councilwoman Williams, yes.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 1 nay.
One recusal.
1 recusal.
So it's 5.
Was an abstain?
Yeah.
5 yeas, 1 abstention, and 1 nay.
One recusal, one
Recusal.
one nay.
Recusal.
What did she abstain? She won't abstain.
Not abstention.
I gotta scan that for my customers every week.
335 is a resolution to cancel Resolution 300-2014 and resubmit as follows: canceling all grant receivable and appropriation balances.
Move.
Moved by Councilman. Wait, I
Second.
didn't get to you.
Second.
On a motion Councilman Corbett, second. Councilwoman Easton on the motion. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Yeah, now, was this the resolution where the Finance Committee recommended a summary from the auditor?
Yes, and he submitted it, but these are his comments that are on the books, that they have to clean up the books from these old outstanding balances that are on the books.
Okay, go ahead.
And they previously did it at 300, and now they're updating it with this one.
Okay.
Are any other questions? Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Abstain.
And Councilwoman Williams is in favor.
Motion passes. 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
A resolution by the City of Orange Township Council, moving to 336-2014. A resolution by the City of Orange Township Council in support of the approved School Board of Estimates 11 million bond ordinance to be used by the Orange Board of Education to fund certain capital and improvement projects.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson on the motion.
On the motion.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about this. As an educator, it's very hard for me not to look at, I guess, funding education initiatives, and certainly the Orange School District is in need of some capital improvements. However, as I sit on this particular body, it is my role and responsibility to be a prudent fiduciary. And so in saying that, as Councilman Corbett mentioned, the money for this particular ordinance would be raised on the backs of taxpayers who have sustained tax increases, over the last several years, and our tax base is decreasing. So I don't necessarily think it would be, I guess, prudent to do this without some kind of public referendum or something like that. So I just wanted to state my position on the record before voting. Thank you.
Any other on the record on the motion?
Johnson on the record, yes, Council President. This is Resolution 336, 2014. I will not be supporting this. My constituents probably were not at that meeting in September 23rd. The Board of School Estimates has come up with what they deem is necessary for the school, but I really don't know if my constituents is represented fairly. And also in the body of this, it contains some payments for things that I'm questioning, so I will not be supporting it.
Any other members?
I just want to say, this is a resolution. What does it say? Just to support what they're trying to do. There still has to be some facts and figures drawn out before it's approved and moved forward. But it's just saying that we support it.
It's got to be done by ordinance.
What?
This to be approved, finalized.
Yeah. So we're just supporting what they're trying to do, and I think our schools have been. I work in an urban school. They in East Orange Upshur College, where they did a great job, and they have. And I just think Orange has been lacking for so many years, since I moved here in '73. That these buildings are old, our kids are not getting what they need to get, and I think it's time that we need to put some money and effort into our children and some of the efforts. I mean, Mr. Superintendent Lee has worked tirelessly to move this district in a new direction. He put us on the map, and our test scores have soared. I mean, he's not, and so I don't know why we can't move forward with getting some of our buildings. Cleveland Street is a disaster, and I live right next door. It's been like that for years. So as long as we sit back and say, that we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do this, our kids are never going to progress. And if you saw the cafeteria, and the funny thing is, a lot of people make decisions on education and what they need and have never toured a school in Orange or went through the school district.
Ever.
I mean, and this is all over the board. People make decisions about education, have never been in a school, never looked at the facilities, don't know what's going on, and they sit and say, no, we shouldn't have. I'm supporting this, and I'm hoping at least 5 of my council colleagues will, so that we can move this forward for our children, so they can have a fair chance at college and a fair chance to move and strive just like everybody else. And the mayor made a good point about Short Hills and Livingston. They got everything. Swimming pool, everything. And we sit here and say our poor kids should have success on the things that, and the taxes are never going to go away. It's always going to be there.
That and death.
They're always going to be there. So I'm going to support this because I think it's time we stepped up and said, let's do something for the children of Orange.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easton. Mayor, did you want to say?
Yeah, just remind the council that this is simply a resolution where the council is voicing its opinion that the school district, in trying to improve the schools, is something that they want to do. And remember the vetting process that we went through internally with the municipal bond. That same process will go through with the schools. Will there be more detail? Will there be other kinds of public input on exactly how the money is going to be spent and what the plans are? So this is just the beginning of a longer process that's going to be more involved by the Board of Ed, this body, and the public.
Thank you. All right, any more discussion on the motion? If not, roll call. Councilman Coley?
No.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
No.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
Abstain.
Councilman Williams abstain.
Motion does not go.
It's not there. What's the?
He gonna be in the trailer again.
What's the vote? It doesn't carry.
2 nays, 3 yeas, 2 abstain.
Say, I'm sorry. No,
Two
you're right.
yeas.
Sorry.
I mean,
3
had
yeas.
4.
Wait, I'm sorry.
3 yeas,
Uh huh.
2 nays,
Uh huh.
2 abstentions.
It carries. It carries.
I don't even know what it is because I only have a number.
Just can we?
We have
it's-
4 yeses and
No, you
3
had
noes.
3 yeses.
3 yeses, 2 abstentions, and 2 noes
and it carries.
Who else abstained?
of the majority of the voting members.
Yeah.
It's the majority of the voting
you
members. So that
abstained? You abstained?
so it does. 2 people and I'm not counting because I abstained. So it's
that's
it's a voting.
3-2.
So it's 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
Oh God, we don't want to hear about these judges. Stop. It's too late. I'm tired of that.
336.
Could he
Okay,
run
it
for council?
passes.
Can he move
It's-
to Orange?
It's a majority of the voting members.
So annoying. Say it.
11 million. No, it's the bond.
Okay, fine.
It passes.
Okay, so we're on 341, 2014. That's what we just did.
We did 340 already.
I just said 341. A resolution for the transfer of appropriations. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Corbett, second by Councilman Johnson. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley,
No.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
No.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
No.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler,
Not in favor.
and I'm not in favor as well.
Motion fails. 5 nays, 2 yeas.
Going to, did you need that repeated, Councilman?
Yes, please. Repeat the count.
Repeat the count.
There was a,
Motion fails.
motion fails. There are 5 noes and 2 yeses.
Thank you.
Going to 343, 2014. What's 343?
Salary settlement.
343 is a resolution reserving funds for salary settlements. And I'll read into the record, because this was a walk-on. Whereas the City Council of the City of Orange Township did appropriate the sum of $500,000 entitled Salary Adjustment Account in the adopted calendar year 2014 budget, and whereas the City Council has intended that said monies be reserved and utilized for payment of any retroactive salary awards granted to city employees. Now therefore be it resolved, the Chief Financial Officer is hereby directed to reserve said funds entitled Salary Adjustment Account in the amount of $500,000, and be it further resolved that said funds should not be expended for any other purpose. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson. On the motion?
On the motion.
Councilwoman Butler?
Yeah, is there, does there need to be a certificate of availability for these funds? Are they actually in the bank somewhere?
Actually, if you look at the previous transfer, if you look at the previous transfer that was just voted down, it shows that the $500,000 is right there.
Okay, as long as it's there.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
It's on the front page.
I see it. Okay, right here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, is there any other discussion on the motion?
Wait.
On the first?
No, I see it there. But generally, with a certificate of availability, there's like a signature.
This is, we did this through the budget consultant because we're doing another transfer that the council is putting for a transfer. And those 500 put forth by the CFO shows that in the first sheet of the one we just voted down of available funds that have not been expended, one being the 500,000.
So there's no signature required for that? I guess that's my question.
There's no signature available.
Okay.
All right, is there any other discussion on the motion? Seeing no, roll call. Councilman Coley?
Yes.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
In favor.
And Councilwoman Williams is in favor as well.
Motion passes 7 yeses, no nos.
Moving to 344-2014, a resolution for the transfer of appropriation. Whereas there appears to be insufficient funds in the following accounts to meet the demands therein for the calendar year 2014 budget, and whereas there appears to be a surplus in the following accounts over and above the demand deemed to be necessary for the calendar year 2014 budget. Now therefore be it resolved, not less than 2/3 of all members thereof are firmly concurring, that in accordance with provision NJSA 40A:4-58, part of the surplus is hereby transferred to the accounts accepting the appropriations for contingent for calendar year 2014. Be it further resolved, the Chief Financial Officer is hereby authorized to make the following transfers.
Move.
Can I
Oh,
because
sorry,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, because it wasn't given to the public. So from the clerk salary and wage, I'm just going to read all the from clerk salary and wages, $30,000, city inspection O&E, $122,000, inspections and license salary and wages, $25,000, workman comp insurance, $130,000, fire division O&E, $100,000, refuse removal, $158,000, gas and electric, $40,000, street lighting, $35,000, court salary and wages, $20,000, public defenders, $20,000. 2, other liability insurance, $60,000, employee health benefits, $600,000, and telephone, $20,000. We're moving $680,000 to $680,000. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Johnson on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Not in favor.
Councilman Williams is in favor.
Motion passes 6 yeses, 1 no.
Moving to 3, 4, 5. Ready? Moving to 3, 4, 5, 2014. A resolution to cancel 2014 current fund budget appropriation balance. Whereas the chief financial officer has, I'm sorry, council members, for the record. 345-2014, a resolution to cancel 2014 current fund budget appropriation balances.
Ready to go home.
Whereas the CFO has estimated the following current fund 2014 budget appropriation balances remain unexpended as of year end. Street services O&E $30,000, building and grounds O&E $50,000, interlocal agreement, after school salary and wages $5,000, interlocal agreement, after school O&E $50,000, recreation $10,000, refuse $50,000, for a total of $195,000. Whereas it is necessary to formally cancel said balances up to the available balance so that the unexpended balances may be credited to surplus in the 2014 calendar year. Now therefore be it resolved that in accordance with the provision of NJSA 40A:4-60, the above listed unexpended balance of the current fund be canceled. Is there a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Johnson, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler on the motion. Seeing no roll call, Councilman Coley,
In favor?
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
In favor.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
Not in favor.
Councilman Williams is in favor.
Motion passes 6 yeses, 1 no.
That concludes our meeting. Council members have a happy holiday and see us.
Make a motion to adjourn.
And see you next year. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, I'm sorry.
Summers Johnson.
By Councilman, is there a second?
Yes, Johnson says second.
All in favor?
No, I said second.
Second, Councilwoman
So you
Gaunt
know
Butler, all in favor? We adjourned at 12:31.
We started the meeting on December 16th.